Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back here to the Umzansi Esports League. This is yet another edition. We're out now to week number 7. Woo! It's been a wild ride coming all this way. First day of the weekend, and we are very excited for the FIFA that we're going to be having and the PUBG Mobile, all the gaming action that happens right here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. My name is Snare. I'm not alone today. I'm with Alex Ragley, Aero OG, the man himself. How are you doing today, sir? How are you feeling?
Doing fantastic. I'm excited. It's going to be an interesting set of matches that we have on our hands here, Snare. It's going to be pumped up, man, all the way through to the very end.
Yep, it is exciting matches today because we don't have just 2 FIFA matches. Today we're running it up to 3. So a lot of action, a lot of hype, starting off with an extremely exciting matchup of Deevak taking on Bobo Beast. Now, those two players, of course, are going to be having a showstopper of a matchup between them. So this right here is the kind of FIFA that you really cannot miss. What do you think we're going to be expecting out of these two gentlemen here, Ero?
Oof. Honestly, I'm expecting, some beast plays coming out from these two titans that we have, going up against each other. But in the end of the day, I see a lot more consistency coming out from Deevak just because of his previous season's performance, etc. So we're gonna have to wait and see what that means. But it's a whole new title, it's a whole new scene, and Bobo Beast could just be bringing in exactly that. So let's see what happens going into these matches.
Absolutely, and this is what they are playing for. All these players are not just here to challenge for top spot as a player, but also for the top spot in the prize pool. The PUBG Mobile segment giving away $15,000, $2,500 coming in from FIFA 22. Combined prize pool for Season 4 of $17,500. It is a lot of scratch, it's a lot of money, but of course, to get to that money, you still have to play and get the points necessary to elevate you into the playoffs, and that's where you win. And speaking of the playoffs, you need to be in the top 4 of the standings. So this game could represent a change in what those standings look like. We're going to take a quick peek at that. But as we do, Errol, I want you to just walk us through what would it mean for a player, especially like Bobo Beast, right? Look where he is right now. 1 spot above Deevak. What would a victory here today end up meaning for him and his place overall in the standings?
Honestly, it means consistency, right? Because he does have that point lead, but he has had somewhat struggle across. Yes, it's been 3 games, 2 wins and 1 loss, but it's not going to be an easy one going forward against Deevak, who we've come to see in the previous, seasons and so forth, who have done well himself. So if he does get himself a secured boost against Deevak, that's going to be really well. 4 points secured just with Deevak winning over there. So let's see exactly what will be happening in those circumstances. But I don't think it's going to be an easy fight. I'm predicting a Deevak win here, especially seeing that Deevak, who is a huge titan, right? He's a bravado gaming player. He's out there looking to get some points today.
Well, let's see whether or not Deevak is going to be able to claw back, show us that bravado, that swagger that he has. The players are right now getting ready. They're rearing to go because this is the kind of matchup that needs to happen, and whoever wins is confirmed to be in 4th place for now. And another interesting thing is that both of these players are not just playing this first game. This is just a warm-up for them. Both of them still have to play later today. Deevak will be taking on Atibira. Bobo Beast will be taking on Mobizilla later today. So this match, it's not good enough to just come in and put it all on the table. You have to leave enough left over for your next challenger. So we know for a fact it's going to be super, super, super exciting. And as soon as the kickoff goes, I wonder, I'm not sure if Deevak is, I'm not sure if I'm agreeing that he's like fully clear to win. I think there's still a little bit of, I've been liking the Bobo Beast, I'm allowing him to keep that Beast title, that Beast moniker, I've been giving him stick for a long time and saying just be Bobo, but I feel like he's warming up. He's getting there. And speaking of warming up and getting there, Eero, we are in the game. Game number 1. It is going to be 2 legs. Winner of this, guaranteed 4th place. Have the playoff berth. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's get it on. The first.
Oh, well, it's going to be an interesting, definite first half that we have on our hands. And for the likes of Deevak, like you mentioned, it's not going to be just an easy cleanup for him, and maybe even so that he won't even grab the winning total. But it would be interesting to see what these 3 matches bring in line for them, and if they are able to secure 2 wins for the evening, that brings them a good 4th place. But almost a scary attack coming out from Deevak over there.
Yeah, we almost had the opening goal already, but We did manage to see the defense. That is one aspect of his game that has leveled up tremendously over the seasons. Bobo Beast has been utilizing the experience gained, playing against the best in Africa, and he's made himself a better player because of it. Now, oof, that was a very good tackle as well. That's one thing I've also been liking to see is that a lot of the players, it seems, this season have been focusing a lot on cleaning up their defensive game, recognizing that in this particular iteration of FIFA, it's not enough just to focus on scoring goals. You have to make sure that your defense is even cleaner than that.
Definitely. I mean, your plays, your possession, how you pass, everything comes into play, right? It is football at the end of the day. Those aspects when it comes down to attacking is just as crucial in defense as well as your mid-game plays. And we are seeing a good control coming out from Deevak. Hopefully a throw in for him. And it does look like he will be able to continue that ball possession and keep that pressure that he's been given onto Bobo. And we're waiting for a response from Bobo. You know, it's been 12 minutes already and nothing surreal coming out from Bobo. Yes, he's keeping his defense in check, but for how long?
He's definitely playing into the corner right now, so he needs a way to move the ball out, potentially play it out from the back, but he needs to start putting pressure back onto Deevak as well. Bobo now trying to switch it up, play onto the wing. Playing centrally hasn't necessarily worked out, so Vinny, how far can he carry the ball? Oh, not very far, because an excellent tackle from Frankie de Jong, and now Deevak might have the numerical overload, but fortunately, Mendy back in position, and now it immediately turns back over, and now he's the one on the side of Bobo that has the additional man in front and potentially can set up a run. But seems like everything just keeps getting bogged down in midfield. We're playing a bit of ping pong here, Hero.
Literally, and really good interceptions from both teams, playing it out just in the mid-level of the map. But now things may switch over as we go into the half of Deevak, and Vinicius still on the ball. A pass to De Jong, back to Vinicius, and he's just playing the passing game right now, trying to open up that mid area, but good from Janola to get that ball. Now onto Messi on the wing, but very, like you mentioned, ping pong that we're witnessing right now, back and forth between these two players.
One key difference, though, is that Deevak has seen a lot more success actually breaking into the box past the final third, and he's there right now. Mbappe, can he get the dribbles through? He realizes he's been cut off, so it's it back to De Jong, trying to hold up the play, but yet again, great defensive actions coming in from Bobo, and now can he get the speed going? Vinny Jr. trying to open up the pace, and he's got the space, looking for Neymar. Does he have a way through on the ball? He does not. Gets intercepted in mid-air, prevented from scoring the opening goal. And immediately, it's almost like a template. As soon as one attack ends, the other begins instantly. Both of these players trying to run each other ragged, but seems like both of them are a bit too good, especially in the midfield today, to allow easy goals to happen. But we are finally starting to see Bobo opening up a little bit more. Sure, he hasn't gotten to the box just yet, but the signs of life are there here, yo.
Yeah, he's bringing it back somehow. The ball possession wasn't really in his favor in the beginning, and he's making a little bit of mistakes there and there, but he is able to cut down, you know, the attacking plays that we are seeing from Deevak, trying to cover up those passes, and you can see exactly how it's been played out, right? Deevak is now forced to play on the wings and play back to his midfielders because of the defense we're seeing from Bobo. And I'm saying that, and now Deevak just surprises us with a shot at goalkeeper, but fortunately not enough power on that one, and goes in for a cross and will be cleaned out, and really good coming out from Bobo as he defends that one. Now it just needs to his players to make the runs and open up, and he will be countering in this play.
Almost had it, but Deevak gets kept out. Regrettably, the Spider-Man goalkeepers just still doing their thing. Mbappe almost got through there, and now it's starting to look a bit more dangerous when we get to the further up in the pitch. It seems like Bobo, provided he can just get there, he might be good for a goal, but he might have to keep one out because Janola's in the box right now. Deevak is looking to open up the score sheet. Can he get past the final man? No, he cannot. Let's run out for another corner kick. But these set pieces are very, very scary because you never know. Just takes one instance of magic, maybe like this one. Mbappe is through. Mbappe is looking for the turn. He doesn't find it. And Bobo Beast digs deep. The digging has been good today. What yet again finds the adequate defense, and he's still in this. Oh my gosh, what a ball. Vinny Jr. is on the other side of this, and he beat his last man. No, he can't. But for the first time in this game, Arrow, Bobo gets clean inside the box and was in on goal. Just couldn't get the proper opportunity to get off a shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough man in the run, in the vision of Vini, and he was just all alone. And that pressure all onto him means that he had lost the ball. But we are liking the plays coming out from Bobo right in the defense line, and yet again another superb wing through ball that is being played onto Dembele. Dembele still holding on, even though it's a two-man mark onto a single individual player. Back to Lorente, De Jong on the ball. Now he's finding Vinny. Vinny can make a play into the box. He gets a good dribble, and now taking his time, trying to open up a pass. Unfortunately, that is going to get blocked and just not finding those final connections. And that is going to be the first half over here between these two players, Deevak and Bobo. But really good plays from both teams, right? We are seeing
Yeah.
aggressive plays from Deevak, but that defense is amazing from Bobo.
Yeah, Bobo's defense has been really stellar, and he's been leaning into playing more defensively, right? We started
Yeah.
seeing as the half went on, like you mentioned, another winged ball, right? Because he was like, well, every time I'm playing centrally, that's not working out for me, so I'm just gonna defend really well, counter attack it, get the ball looped over for an overlapping run. It almost started getting him some goals, and it started working out towards the end of that half. But at the same time, Deevak also came very, very close to scoring on several occasions. The defense just a little bit too good. Who cracks first here, Hero? Is the defense going to crack from Bobo first? Or is the offense going to be what actually breaks it ahead for him? Like, where's the first goal coming from? What do you think?
Honestly, I think Bobo's sort of found a weakness here onto Deevak's team, and those are those wing plays that we've been seeing towards that very end of first half. So Bobo could potentially come through with a good counter, and we're just going to have to wait and see whether or not it does go in his favor. We will have to wait and see. But for the meantime, his defense has been special. It has been blocking out, been putting on the pressure on the strikers. And, you know, Deevak, however, the attacking is the best defense, right? And he gets in 3 times, but unfortunately, it is a spider jump from the goalkeeper, and he manages to block that one in. Still in possession now, trying to get in, dribbling a little bit, manages to zigzag left and right, gets a pass onto Messi. Messi pulling it back all the way to Fofana right now. And it's still on him, but unfortunately, he loses that. This is where that weak play could come in with the wing plays. Does look like something is brewing over here. Yeah.
Oh, what a tackle, though, from Deevak. Definitely it was brewing. It would look like he was on and through, but very, very key tackle. Now he's in on the run for himself. Achraf Hakimi looking for the assist. Gets the ball to Mbappe, and it's into the back of the net. Finally happened to Deevak. He finally, after so many attempts, able to score the initial goal. Bobo could not do anything about that. He was outnumbered, outgunned. Now the scoreline is open. It is 1-0. The bravado man has gotten his points. If we stop the game right now, he would end 4th. But this counterattack, this time around, he's gone back to trying to attack through the middle, and it got him to the box, but sadly, not enough to get him back the goal. As we all know in FIFA, getting scored against is easiest just as you've scored. And I think Deevak probably has weathered the storm now and can sit comfortably with this 1-0 lead, at least for a little bit.
Just a little bit, and he intercepts there, blocking out that pass, which would have been crucial here for Bobo, but unfortunately that has come to an end, and now back onto ball possession for Deevak, but a bit too aggressive on the one-touch passing, and he will lose control of that ball. Back onto Lorente here for Bobo. Bobo now can have the opportunity to sort of push in, put that pressure onto the defense line, and will it work out? But with that Mendy sort of pushing on that left, it's just not going to work too well, and he's able to hold the ground and open up his plays into the mid area. Still kind of a lot of pressure here from the players there.
Yeah, way too much pressure, very difficult for him to deal with. And he got out of it though somehow, like a boss. And what a dribble. Okay, this is an interesting kind of opportunity here. Deevak slowing things down, relying on the technical skill of some of these players. It's not going to be enough to get him through complete success, but he does earn the free kick in a very dangerous position, Hero. We haven't seen many set-piece goals, but this might be the second one. I think we actually saw the first free kick goal a couple of weeks ago. Is this going to be the second one? Let's see. Let's see. Who's going for it? Who's going? Oh, that was... yeah, I'm pretty sure Deevak wants us to pretend that never.
Yeah, no. What were you talking about? Oh. Now back onto Deevak, however, and Janola making a run, and he is clear for a pass onto the players. Let's get it back to Fofana. Fofana to Neymar. Neymar making good passing. Janola trying to find that final pass, and it does connect onto Neymar. But the defense is there and alive coming out from Bobo, which has been spectacular throughout the entire game. He's got 20 minutes there. All this attack, unfortunately, will not be happening.
He's triggering the pause right now. He can sense that he's running out of pace a little bit. I think he needs to make substitutions on the wing itself. Good pass, though, to Mbappe, who almost was able to hold the ball up long enough to lash off a shot. It's muscled off of it instead. And Bobo, his defense has been very good, but unfortunately, whenever he tries to attack, then the defense suffers a little bit. Here he is, though, going back in. This is a clear opportunity. Vinny Jr. gets the shot, but not enough power. Doesn't set his feet properly. Can't get past the goalkeeper like that, so it goes directly into his hands. Golden opportunity there, but sadly, his only shot of the game on target, and it sadly does not yield any results here for Bobo.
I think maybe more patience on that one, as he didn't have too much balance to really get that power in. Maybe Vinny would have been so much more better, right? Because he was in such a good position. No one was really on him. There was no pressure coming out from the defenders. But we have something on our hands over here, and it's going to be a corner kick coming after this one. But yeah, spectacular plays coming out from both players, and I do see, Bobo trying to his best, but it's just Deevak is putting in a lot of attacking, and like I mentioned earlier, attacking is the best defending because you're always away from your goalkeeper. You're always in the Bobo half, and that's what really puts on the pressure. The possession as well just means your players are running all over the field, trying to get those passing ins. And Mbappe almost had that one there. Still on the ball possession right now. Those substitutions coming in. Fresh player. Shot on! But what a good save. What a jump coming in. The goalie over there. Now trying to cut in. Gets the pass on to Neymar. But Neymar, unfortunately, dribbling his way to ball loss.
Okay, finally at least gets the ball out, though, for Bobo. And he knows that there's only 5 minutes of the game left. He doesn't have any bites at this cherry. Something special needs to happen soon. And that specialty almost came out with this goal. Sadly, nothing doing for him. Bobo still has the ball, though. Managed to keep possession in the key area. He needs this. Game's about to end. He tries to go for the dribble, but this is Rafa Varane, my friend. It's not going to be that easy to get past him.
Not at all. And now it's just a passing game, trying to, waste that time that is left. But no needed as he gets a free pass over there. And just takes it to the corner and waits and passes around. Now back to Fofana. Fofana can get on to Neymar. Neymar can go for a finesse shot. And oh! It goes in! What a goal! What a finesse shot. Green timed it in. And now Deevak goes into second leg with OD.
What?
Yeah, amazing game.
What? Yo, that goal right there. Right, for some reason in season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League, here brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, we've just been seeing amazing goals like that every other game. That actually broke my brain for a second. I couldn't speak after having seen that. I'm sure right now, can you just imagine being Bobo Beast, having defended that well for that long, right? The first goal, it is what it is, right? You got caught on the counter attack. You were trying to make the aggressive move. It doesn't work out. But that one, there's nothing you could have done extra, right? He defended as much as you could have. And wow, just wow. Amazing stuff there.
Gave Neymar all the breathing space to get that finesse on, that time finish as well. So really, when you have that much time, space, and it has a pro player tier 1, you will know when to take that finesse shot, right? So it was perfect timing just for Deevak, and at the 90th minute as well. Right. So it's not going to be an easy one here for Bobo for the best of 2, but let's see what will be happening. I mean, his strategy seems to be working somewhat, but it's not enough. I mean, some way, somehow, Deevak is able to somehow cut through his defense, even though it's so solid, so brick hard wall, and it's just there, it's present, but it's not enough.
Yep. We saw Deevak adapting and adjusting in the game itself to come back for a win. Let's hope Bobo Beast has that in him as well. As we go into the second leg, does he have what it takes to change up his own style? Especially now that he's not just playing with the 1-goal deficit. 1 goal, whatever. You can always come back from 1 goal. But 2 against a player like Deevak, and a player who seems like he's in real form today, that's a much more difficult proposition. And the first step, though, Hero, is he has to defend against this goal. If Deevak scores in the opening minutes, it really feels like it'll be all over for him. And I think Deevak knows that. That's why he already has 6 men. Look how many players are up in this field right now, ready and waiting to try and get the attack going.
Yeah, and now that could be a bit aggressive here from Deevak, and a good counter. You do see that through ball going in. Does manage to get it onto Neymar, and a good response maybe here. It does get the pass in, but unfortunately so many defenders in assistance for that goalkeeper. So they managed to just block that shot off. Vinicius. Let's just like we pretended with Deevak, let's pretend that didn't happen.
At the very least, though, it is a sign of life. He gets a shot off. I think he probably actually would have been better off just going for the shot with Neymar, but he still got a shot. He got a corner. He's showing the sign of life that he's not just going to roll over in the situation and just defend. He's still going to chase the game, which is a good thing. Sadly, though, he still needs to maintain the defensive posture as Janola is inside the box looking for these dribbles. He gets past his man. The ball curls around the keeper, but unfortunately it also curls around the post and goes out for a goal.
No, that was just unfortunate for Deevak. A goal here would mean, happy days for him, because with that 2-0 lead, he's already comfortable, but it can easily be snapped away from him within seconds. So let's see how he can respond. Just a 1-goal lead, and he can start to sit back and focus on the defending more so. But unfortunately, just not able to connect onto that pass. Now a Bobo possession. It does look good for the meantime. Players are opening wide. He is getting good passing into the plays.
Feels like his passing is better than it was in the first game. Good step over there by Dombele, pushing the ball forward with the explosive sprint, but can't release the ball fast enough from his feet. But I like this sort of adaptation that we're seeing from Bobo. He's focusing less on like longer balls. He's playing it a little bit shorter, trusting his ability to carry the ball forward like that. Does also mean that he's going to keep his energy levels a bit better, because we already saw in that first game just how quickly he was expending everything from these wingers. So might be a little bit more in his favor to try and keep more for later. Let's see though. Yep. And yep, here we go. He's playing short again. Does he have the 0?
I think he may potentially do. Look at the run coming in. He does get the through ball, but unfortunately it is a very wide ball, and we did see the run come in, and it wasn't going to connect at all over there. The defender was also putting pressure on the player running, so it was in favor for him. Janola, nobody really up front. You can see Deevak going already into that pressure defensive formation, right? Because there's so many players sitting back and not really assisting on the attacking. And maybe that pressure means that he's not thinking clear. As Mbappe has a shot at goal, but unfortunately it is going to be blocked off over there. And we'll try to get a cut in. Neymar with a successful one. Almost shot at header, but it doesn't work. Still a lot of pressure here for Deevak. He's able to get a breather and pass in, send it back. And now the players start to opening, and the pressure is released off him.
This is a bit of a problem now with that pressure taken. He's at least looking like he actually wants to score. I think Deevak was a bit spooked by that attack. He's in now with Mbappe. Mbappe, it looks like he's really, really focusing on that top left corner. He feels like that's a weakness that Bobo has right now. Sadly, couldn't exploit it again. And this is actually quite interesting that that's the side that he keeps attacking, because usually Kimbepe, when covering that angle as the CB, is impossible to get past, but Deevak has seemed to have found the small angle necessary. Unfortunately, the quality of the shot needed to get past in that angle is like 100% accuracy. So 99 won't cut it. But if he keeps trying, eventually it'll go back in again. He does get another successful defense, so he has another bite at the cherry now.
Oh, and it's a good through ball over the top. Neymar's still making the runs, but he is going to be cut off. 2 defenders on him, easily blocked off. by Kimpembe. But oh, mistake could potentially be coming into play as Neymar cuts in. It's on to Golola and he takes the shot.
No.
It goes to the left. He does get that. It's the weakness spot for Bobo.
No.
And a mistake from him that costed Snare a lot.
He could not afford to cash that check. He wrote it anyway, and unfortunately, it's going to bite him now. 3 goals in debt. How can he claw his way out of this one? Needs a lot to do. At least a goal. That's the first step for Bobo Beast. He's trying to make that attack happen now. He knows right after scoring is when you're weakest. Unfortunately, he can't exploit that weakness. So he's stuck with this 3-goal deficit. Can't do anything about it right now. That is absolutely heartbreaking. First, you end up losing and conceding a goal in the 90th minute. And then you make that's the first time we've seen him make such a defensive error this season, let alone this game. You know, you've leveled up so much. You make that one key mistake. Does he have the mental confidence to still stay in the game after that? Or do you think that he's going to be a little bit rattled from that?
Honestly, depending on his... I don't know. I think Bobo, you know, with last season as well, he has to have improved his mental state because it wasn't really the best coming out from him. So hopefully, like, that mistake shouldn't mean anything on him. But it does look like he's playing at fault over here, opening up quite a bit. Mendy all the way up in the box, however, for Deevak, and he is going to get a corner. But yeah, hopefully you are able to see one response, a goal from Bobo at least. Something to say that he's still alive and present with his mindset.
Okay, good. He at least survived the pressure there of that additional corner. Was also willing to put defenders right in the face of the players on the ball itself. So he is showing that he's not going to roll over, but it definitely can sense that he's a bit more nervous. Like you mentioned, the defensive mistakes, not as sharp on tracking back on the ball. And of course, a player like Deevak's going to take advantage of that. Sure, he might not get more goals, but like you mentioned, best defense is a good offense. If the ball is consistently inside the box for Bobo Beast, then it's nowhere near Deevak's net, and then he can maintain this 3-goal lead. Because 3 goals, Zero. Have we actually seen a comeback with 3 goals happen just yet in the season?
I don't think we have. To be honest, I don't think we have. Maybe just a concede, but like the commentators say, it's just a little breather for him. But I don't see it happening. Bobo just hasn't really got a guarantee moment, right? His shots have been flawed a bit, all outside the box in a way somehow. And when he does get the ball, he's not too, you know, passive with it. He tries to go aggressive shots and not really on that balance or even power shots.
Here we go though. This is, if anything else, this is his last 45 minutes to do something, right? Be special. Show us, Bobo, that you deserve the Beast moniker. Inside the second half, unfortunately, he gives away the ball a little bit cheaply there, so some of his passing accuracy has also gone down. And now Ginola gets released on a through ball. Very, very fortunately for Bobo Beast is that if you look at the team composition of Deevak, the pace isn't that high, so he's at the very least able to keep up with Ginola, force him to make bad passes and get the ball back. So that is something, but doesn't feel like it's enough just yet, Arrow. And I'm still not sensing that he feels fully ready to score again. But we'll see. We'll see. Still a lot of time left with this 45 minutes. The pass, a bit too weighty. Ends up in the defender's feet rather than on the offensive player.
Yeah, no, very unfortunate, you know. And now we are seeing an aggressive play, a counter coming in. Janola back to the Young. Young can pass over to Neymar. Neymar does have it, and you don't want to give him this much breathing. Oh, he's still playing it around, dribbling. Mbembe may just be dizzy at this point, and unfortunately, he's not able to get that shot at hand. Mbembe just, you know, woke himself up a little bit and managed to block that one out. But it is a good through ball. It does connect onto Mbappe. Mbappe with the plays. Does have a lot of breathing space. Unfortunately, a pass is going to be intercepted. And now we are back on that Deevak play. Oh no, we actually go back to Bobo. Bobo is keeping up a good pressured game right now. Still a lot of time, but will it be enough for that comeback that we are hoping for maybe, just to juice things up a little bit?
I'm hoping so, because we see how far he's also advancing up his line. He realizes he has nothing left to lose. There's no point playing defensively now. Try to get goals. You've only got 30 minutes left of game time. And again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is the first of 2 games that both of these gentlemen are playing today. So a win here would also give you a lot of confidence going into your next matchup. So Deevak already feeling good about that. We'll see now
Mm.
Bobo, another key interception from him once more, but sadly the ball doesn't go anywhere. And this also must be kind of frustrating, right? Whenever you advance your lineup this far up, you're playing confidently with the expectation that you're going to get the ball, keep it, and use that to develop into some kind of scoring opportunity. But sadly, doesn't seem to ever happen for Bobo. The only time to get into the box are with moves that don't actually allow him to center himself enough to get off a good shot. Very frustrating experience for a player like him, but Deevak clearly counting on it. That's why he's playing the way he is, to just frustrate Deevak at every opportunity on the pitch.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see this double man marking has really been a crucial play in the evac. But Granola gets a shot on, and oh, that's so wide. Unfortunately, he does not connect that to his advantage. But yeah, like I was saying, Devac's double man marking has been so crucial. Like he's just managed to make it work for him every time. You see Bobo trying to attack. It's just always two men on him, and he plays it so well. I haven't really seen someone play it as well as Deepak just yet in the season.
Usually when you go for the double man mark, you leave a little bit of a hole in the defense so that if the
Yup.
marking doesn't work, suddenly you're in a bad position. But Deevak almost made it seem like he has an extra player on the pitch. Now here he is with Mbappe in the box, looking for a way through. Sadly, doesn't get that way, but it doesn't matter. As long as he's playing on this side of the pitch, he's happy. Still has 3 goals in advantage, hasn't conceded anything. And honestly, despite it being the fact that Bobo is the one that needs this goal, the way it's feeling in this game, it's almost like Deevak might steal another one just before the end of the game here, Arrow.
The way he's playing, the way he's defending, the passing is accurate as well. So, I mean, why not? Why not just take another goal and go out with a huge confidence boost? But it does look like that through ball is in. And will he play it finally to his advantage? Unfortunately not. So many options, and he goes for the wrong one over there.
It's been somewhat frustrating watching Bobo on the offense today. At times when you think he should be shooting, he's passing. When he's passing, he's shooting. I don't know. He does have another chance, though, with the Kimbepe in the box. Kimbepe finally gets some revenge. Got past me how many times? The mistake has been rectified, has been paid back in kind. Bobo, sign of life, he scores a goal. Not a lot of time left, but he's shown that he can make it happen if he has the tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good goal from someone you wouldn't expect to score. Bempe with a wonderful one, and now it does look like things are somewhat messy for Deevak. He's playing a bit aggressive and could cost him a little bit, but also at the same time Bobo not really focusing, and he is going to lose the ball. But still, Bempe playing a huge crucial role in the team, right? Defender, striker, what is he at this point?
They're going to put him in the sticks next. He's going to go be the goalkeeper just now. So
yeah,
need him to work hard, because here comes what might be the final attack of the game. Ginola receives the ball from Frankie de Jong. Can't keep it though. Because, wait, never mind. Will de Jong get there in time? No, he cannot. Unfortunately for him. Is it a corner? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is so scary. The corner. Okay. Deevak doesn't find a way to get it to the particular player, which is okay for him, right? Because now he still has to deal with an attack coming in. Dembele, is he fast enough to get past Mendy? Indeed he is. Now can he pick out who to get the ball to? Does manage to find in the middle of the park. It's Mbappe. Mbappe gets it to Neymar, but Neymar can't turn. Laurent was right next to him, but sadly, he ends up trying to get the ball back to Mbappe, and it doesn't work out. Doesn't work out, and not only does it not work out, the game ends right there. It's over, it's done. Deevak taking the victory, 3-1 at the end of the day, but I'm just glad we got a goal, right, from Bobo. That's all I'm really glad about. Listen.
Yeah, no, a response, something positive to end his game over there. I mean, he did try his level best, and it just didn't work out. The way Deevak was playing today, those double man marking was very amazing. I mean, even in that final attack, there was just no breathing space. It was left and right, blocking both options of shots that could have possibly come in. But the final score we have is a positive 3-1, and I'm happy because I said Deevak would come through with the win today, and he is definitely showing up to par. I'm hoping that the confidence goes into the next game. I mean, it's Aussie, so I mean, another win maybe for Deepak yet again. But yeah, Bobo might just have a tough evening because Mobizilla. Oh man, I don't know, Snare. It's not looking good for Bobo to this evening. I can say for sure.
Well, definitely didn't look good in this game, but who it does look good for, Deevak not only got the 3-1, right, with the 2-goal advantage, but he nabbed himself the 3 additional points and
Yeah.
the 2 additional goal differences. So when we take a look at the standings now, we will see that Deevak has managed to move himself out of the position where he wasn't in the playoffs. Now he leapfrogs over Bobo, over Unfazed, and is now sitting very pretty in 3rd place, only being beaten by Masum and TheBeastBinachi. And given the fact that he has another game to play today and he's on 7 points, you mentioned his opponent, Atsibira, was right now at the bottom of the table. Deevak might have an opportunity to double up and go top of the group before the end of the day. What a player. Deevak certainly having a good day. And we'll see whether or not his good day does continue when we come back, right? Because
Definitely.
Whew, Deevak's, yeah, I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this, honestly.
Oh, it's gonna be one interesting evening, and I'm looking at this leaderboard, and I'm surprised, man. You got Mobizilla in 6th and Young Savage in 7th. You know, like one win for Moby, which is GG's, but Young Savage, the season needs to start now, my man.
Yep. Right now, it's not looking like Young Savage will have the easiest time defending his crown, defending his title. Remember, he is our Season 3 champion here in the FIFA 22 of the Umzansi Esports League. So he needs to really show up so they can defend it in the playoffs. Otherwise, it's just there, vacant, ready for the taking by anybody else. But of course, Young Savage is not playing tonight. The next people we have playing are Deevak and Atibira. And while they're getting ready, while they are making sure that they are strapped up and rearing and ready to go, we here at the Umzansi Esports League, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, more FIFA action, the best of the best to ever do it. We're going to see if Deevak, the confidence that he's gained from this particular win, will it be enough to actually carry him into another victory? What do you think? Now that we are going into the next game, because we don't have a break. Deevak doesn't take breaks. Champions don't take breaks. We just play. Go directly.
We go directly. I mean, yeah, look, like, I see an almost guaranteed win here for Deevak, right? Arthibira, there was a long week break that we did have, the 2-week break with the Umzansi, so maybe there was some extensive training for Arthibira, but was it enough? Did he even get the time to settle in, develop some formations, tactics that really work against such players in the Umzansi? For Deevak, he's happy, right? He knows his gameplay. He knows what works already. He's a proper player when it comes to the FIFA esports in Africa, and we've seen him perform in the Node 1 Gaming Africa Mzansi. So Artubira being new blood, he hasn't really shined. 3 games, 3 losses, and he hasn't had that moment just yet for himself. So I really think Deevak gets to take the extensive win yet again and go up on the secure his spot in the playoffs, because I mean 2 wins to this evening could really be amazing for him.
Yeah, I think if he gets to those 10 points, it's not a guaranteed lock, but probably as close as you can get before we get to the end of the playoffs, because he's going to be in a very good position. Atibira, at the same time, like you mentioned, he's new blood. He came up from the Nkosi Super Cup. The Nkosi Super Cup, it's a lot of people might want to refer to it as like a bottom league, right? But we need to remember that a champion has emerged from the Nkosi Super Cup before, right? That kind of run is possible. So that really is where talent gets bred here. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to show it. At the same time, though, he has had very difficult opponents, right? He went up already against TheBeastBinachi. You know, you're not in a good position when you're starting the league, right? Playing against one of the best players in the world, basically. So, Atibira, what do you think? Like, after 3 really difficult games, right? Deevak, up until this game, felt a little bit off the pace from, say, the Masums and the TheBeastBinachis of the world. But he's now starting to level up a bit more. At the same time, Atibira, having survived, well, so he lost, but he survived those games against those guys. Will that experience help him here against Deevak? Or do you think that the class difference doesn't really matter, no matter how much he's learned from the Beast, from Masum, especially on the defense?
Honestly, I think he will have the opportunity to somewhat stay there, like again, survive, and maybe even get it to as close as 2-1, right? because he does have skill. We do see. I've seen his gameplay. We watched it a few weeks ago. It looked there. It was present. He was getting in that action. He was getting in a couple goals for himself, but
Mm.
it just wasn't enough. It was surviving just on the playing fields. And with someone like Deevak, I think it's going to be the same thing yet again. And you can see the matchup that will be coming up on the next games. I don't know, like Snare, like let's do our own predictions. Who do you think will win? And what
Firstly,
the score is going to be?
I think the first thing we need, right? We first need to have the game happen because, unfortunately, as we all know, connectivity issues, electricity issues, a lot of problems emerge in the esports environment. So right now, we are having a little bit of a struggle connecting Atibira into the game. So in the event that he cannot, Deevak might get an auto win for himself. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope Ati can be here, because if he is here, right, I
Yeah,
do think Deevak wins the game. I do think Deevak is the better player. But Atibira has only, like, I think he's the main issue that he had is a similar issue that Bobo Beast had in the previous season, in season 3. Mentality, right? Just having the focus to stay in the game all the time. If he can
yeah.
obviously get in the game and stay in it, I think he can score a goal or two. I'm predicting it would be like 4-1,
Mm,
depending on his mental state. If he's in
okay.
a good space, maybe it gets to 4-2. If he's not, it might be in the opposite direction as well. Like, 0 goals from him, 5 from Deevak or something like that. But I think it all really depends on exactly what his mental state is when he connects, which, since he's struggling with connection, that's also a frustration. And that's something we have to think about. Is it going to weigh on his mind or not? And what do you
Mm.
think in terms of what's going to happen here?
I think he's gonna play it tough. He wants to make a name for himself. He doesn't just want to be the Nkosi super champ that came through and did come through into the Umzansi, and then it was him not really partaking and showing exactly what he has. And
Mm,
like you mentioned, his first 3 games were not easy. They were all up against the upper league of the players that we have here in the Mzansi. So for Athi, I think it's really generally going to be a good match, not a decent one, but
mm.
he's going to lose it by 1 goal, 2-1, I think.
2-1. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. And something that have noticed, though, in terms of some of the players that have come up from the Nkosi Super Cup, right?
yeah,
We saw this last season with Bobo Beast, and we saw this a little bit this season as well with Ati. Is they sort of always, when you play Ultimate Team, a meta develops of who the best players are in which positions. But the Nkosi Super Cup guys often will bring new players right into the mix, players that no one else is playing. For example, Ati Bira, as far as I know, the only person that still doggedly to this day will not drop San Maximan from his team. He might have done so before today, but he had him in his team every single week, right? Do you think
yeah.
that's a advantage you have, that you have a different team than everybody else? Or is it one of those things that there's a reason why Masum and BeastBinachi have similar looking attacks situation? Like, is there,
Honestly,
yeah.
you're not running Mbappe, Neymar, then you're not gonna be doing anything. Same maximum is just as good as pace, right? But when it comes to his shooting and his accuracy, is just not there. Even his crossing is just not as good. So
Mm,
honestly, yeah, if you're going to be partaking in the Mzansi, you want to be a part of the meta players, the really good players like your Mbappe, your Neymar, your Messi's, Ronaldo's. More so maybe even Champion League players that are up there. So it comes down to Saint Maximum not really being it. He hasn't even gotten an inform. I don't think this FIFA 22 just yet.
yeah.
So we still waiting for good cards of Saint Max to come out, but these informs are somewhat you can run with. But yeah, a Go player Saint is just not going to do against a Mendy, a Davies, or whatever. Those are just not going to work out at all with Saint Maximum. If you're gonna get pushed over, your physical strength is not there as well. So yeah, Varane on him, it's like
Yeah, it's
you're
tight.
tickling Varane.
Sadly, your prediction was right, because it's only a 1 goal win because Divac has been awarded the default W. Unfortunately, we could not get Atibira into the game. The issues were insurmountable. So as a result, Divac gets the default win. He doesn't just prove you right on the front of the goal difference, right, with only 1 goal. He also gets the double victory for the day, which means that now Divac is there sitting pretty, 10 points out of 5 matches. The only people who even have a chance of unseating him this weekend are all some of the best players in the country. So it's like, okay, this is going to be very exciting. But Deevak is right now sitting pretty at the top. Do you think this is a relief for him, or do you think he would have wanted to play the game against Artibira, even though he sort of probably knew he was going to win?
Honestly, I feel like him playing it would have been much better on his mindset, knowing that if he is the better player, like this for Arthi is going to be tough, but for Deevak, he's happy about that, right? 10 points secured right now. He goes to the top of the thing. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting now with Bobo playing his game. Just up next now with Mobizilla. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But GG's to Deevak, such consistency means that now he's in that first place position.
Consistency from Deevak. He was, or let's say, consistent connection from Deevak helped with the W in this situation. And as you mentioned, we are now going to be moving directly, straight up. Again, champions don't take breaks. We just go direct into the next setup of a Bobo beat taking on Mobizilla. Bobo, already having played earlier today, did not get his W against the Deevak from Bravado. But now he has a chance against Mobizilla, a player who last season, this would have been a very different match, but he's been sort of a bit resurgent here, Mobizilla, playing a lot more in form that he's displayed in season 1. Do you think the pickup from him is going to be good enough, or do you think Bobo Beast really wants revenge, that he's fired up now coming into the matchup?
Honestly, Mobizilla for me, like regardless of his performance this season, I always see him as the better player in this matchup. Especially, I definitely see him taking the W in this one, and maybe even just as close with Deevak, a 3-1, even a 4-1 potentially. I feel that would come into play. Mobizilla is one of the OGs. He's been competing. He has that experience in the football. So I honestly hope that he continues, more of a comeback performance right now.
Yeah, he really has been on that streak, and obviously a win for either of these gentlemen would be massive and huge, right? Bobo Beast didn't get any points out of the Deevak matchup, but should he get some points here, he goes up to 9, which puts him in that top 4 category. I believe if we go 3 clear for Mobizilla, he also gets really high up there. But either way, this is the kind of matchup we're at that point in the season where you can't drop games anymore. Every point is super important. Every point represents an opportunity to get you into the playoffs. Because we saw last season that 1 point was the difference between 4th place and 5th place. So you never know where that 1 point might come from. You have to be always out here from the jump. So for me, for this matchup, I'm kind of thinking that although Mobizilla has shown that he's a better player this season, I really think, I feel like Bobo wants it more, right? I kind of feel like Bobo has a point to prove. Last season, you go ahead, you beat TheBeastBinachi, the guy who ends up at the top of the leaderboard. I don't think it's good enough to come back the next season and perform worse, right? You have to be beating the people beneath him as well. It's not good enough. You don't want to be back in that relegation battle that you just survived, right? If you're a Bobo Beast right now. So for him, I really hope to see that some more of that confidence. Maybe going up against Deevak is like, in his mind, he's like, yeah, Deevak is Deevak on another level. But Moby, as much as Moby is the better player, he doesn't have that same, right now at the very least, that same aura around him, right? That other players beat themselves effectively.
Yeah. Like in essentially when you go into a match with BeastBinachi, it's like, I'm just gonna play this game out, right? So, but with Mobizilla, it's like, okay, I can win here. There's a potential win right now because he doesn't have that aura around him. So maybe that lack of faith that we have right now that is present with Mobizilla sort of gives him a boost, right? He has something to work off with now. He gets to hear what the social medias, the people are saying, the commentary and so forth, and maybe that will give him a boost to say, well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I'm here to do what I do best, and hopefully we get to see that here going up against Bobo. It's still a lot of weeks left here for the Umzansi, so it's not even over just yet for Mobizilla. He still has the potential to make it into the playoffs, but as it stands right now, Bobo is hungry for that as well. He doesn't want, with that loss of Deevak, he had the opportunity to sort of almost secure himself as well. He had more points of situation that he could have put himself in, and unfortunately it just didn't work out for him going up against Deevak. So yeah, these two players going up against each other, it's going to be really decisive plays, and I'm hoping to see exactly which one will come out. I don't even want to predict right now. It's too hard to predict.
We have to. I think
Okay.
I'm gonna go 3-2 Bobo.
3-2 Bobo. I'm gonna go 3-1 Mobizilla.
All right, well, it's time for us to find out which one of us is correct because immediately as the prediction finished, the game begins and we are now underway. The first half, the first leg, because of what happened with Atibira, unfortunately, we had to skip to the third game already. Only getting 2 in today. Sorry about that, everybody. But this one's going to be a banger as we're already off to a very strong attack here from Bobo. Doesn't manage to cut in correctly, but he does manage to get into the box, which took him, I believe, more than a half to do against Deevak. So already showing a bit more sign of life to start this contest.
We're still seeing those same mistakes right away. He's too aggressive and not making perfect decisions, playing it slow in that box area. Hopefully we get to see a better Bobo in the box because he had so many opportunities in the previous match with Deevak to sort of score and so forth. Look at the options available at the midfield. He does manage to start playing that, but there's a run from Neymar. Neymar could potentially pass that ball in and then make a shot, but unfortunately it's still on him. He may score this. Oh! You love that reflex coming out of the goalie over there. FIFA 22 really did wonders.
Sure, man. FIFA 22 goalies. Nah. Where's Dr. Sid to talk about the Spider-Man reflexes? This is a bit much. It's a bit much. But we love to see these defenders, the defensive actions. Oh my gosh, what a ball. What a ball. Mobi's through. Isak, he gets on the other side of it, completely uncontested. Easily gets the goal. And the defensive discipline from Bobo, it was there in the previous game. It is not there now. It gets completely dismantled and sliced through by Mobizilla, who opens up the score sheet with Isak. Oh, that is... right after you look like you were about to get a goal, then you get scored against. That has got to hurt. It's been a rough day today for Bobo.
It has indeed, but... yeah, talk about Isaac, right? His Europa League card is also fantastic. What are you like? Those are the type of players you would love to have. They meta on the hand over there, so we get to see the difference in teams. And now we get to see him, Isaac, still on the ball again, managing to dribble. Pass gets intercepted. A good counter could come at play right here. And unfortunately, his player does run into the defense, and unfortunately, it will get blocked off.
This is actually a good time to talk about Mobi's team, right? Because he, for the most part, plays... We saw this last season as well, that he has his very unique and own ideas about how to approach the game. And we pretty much don't see any of the usual meta picks that have been happening with everybody else. In midfield, we're not seeing Frankie de Jong. Sandro Tonali is the option there instead. No, wait, we'll talk about it in a second because Barella can't get to the ball fast enough. The delivery was amazing from Isak. Rila, the pace a little bit too shy there, but that was almost another goal for Mobizilla. These ideas, they're off the pace of the meta, but they seem to be working here, Iro. What do you think about them?
Yeah, no, definitely. His team is really in sync. His tactics are working out. He's really breaking that defense a lot more than Deevak did as well. So definitely seeing a huge confidence boost from Mobizilla in this match to try to do his best. And just look at how open that defense is. It's really working out to his favor. The pie on the ball in the box. It does get a cross in, and that was so close for the header. But now here's an opportunity for breakthrough from Bobo.
This is the one area of the pitch. Can he get through? Can he get through?
Oh! Not what you want. The keeper's best friend is there to save him. Oh, snare.
Wow.
That's just...
Can it get any worse? Can it get any worse for Bobo right now, honestly? Well, it can get worse. He didn't concede a goal. That would have been the worst thing ever, but... he had it. He was through. He got the beautiful curl. He just couldn't put it into the back of the net. That is... that's so sad.
Yeah,
that's
no,
so sad.
the pole there is just... It's the 12th man on the pitch, there to do its job. But it doesn't look like it can do its job anymore longer as it does connect in. And Bobo is yet to respond successfully after the little bit of the pole shot that he managed to get earlier on. So fantastic stuff coming out from Bobo. 1-1 here. This is a very active match we are getting. It's not a ping pong type of play that we are seeing.
Very active, very direct is what you wanted to see. You said you wanted decisiveness on these attacks, and that's certainly what we're getting. Might only be 1-1, but this could easily have been 2-2 or even 3-3, given how many attempts on goal. That seems clear, but for one thing or another, can't get into the back of the net. Moby will have to build this one up slowly now. Isak on the ball. We'll find Memphis Depay on the wing. Davies is also coming up here on the overlapping run to give them a little bit more width. Sadly, though, there is a little bit too much jumping prowess from Kimbepe. Able to keep the ball clear once more. That might actually be a major fault for Mobizilla. He's been one of the players this season to really utilize crossing. So if he can't really use it against these CBs, then might have to adopt a very different playstyle.
You know, he's got Barella in the box, and Barella is not the tallest midfielders out there in the game, right? So him playing the crossing and depending on it quite actively, like, what is that? His third cross in, and it hasn't been successful since. We may potentially see just again another cross coming out from Davies over here. But no, it goes back to Tonali, and now Tonali loses the ball, and this now means that a huge aggressive counter-attack could potentially be played over here. But will Bobo be able to find that finishing moment over here? He gets the pass in, the player manages to block that off, but the goalkeeper looked like he was awake and could potentially have gotten that spider reflex in. However, still on the ball possession for Bobo. Back to Kimpembe. Kimpembe, unfortunately, pass will be blocked off, and now it's back to Mobizilla. Mobizilla still has a lot of pressure around him, right? Because he's in his very box over there, but that is going to be the first half. And what a crazy back and forth between these two teams. Should have been a much higher score line than we have right now. 1-1 it is, however.
It is indeed 1-1. It is a draw right now. Mobizilla in Season 3 of the Umzansi Esports League sort of became notorious, right, of being that guy that would draw with everybody. Somehow, it was so hard to beat him, but he would draw with you. Looking like we might be in that same situation now, but one thing I really want to talk about in this game is Bobo. We saw him finally adapt, finally change up exactly how he was playing, and it worked. Where was this earlier, right? Where was that adaptation? But sometimes you need a loss to give you the impetus to be like, yeah, change it up, fam. You can't just play the same way. And we see him now being also, you know, the game against Deevak, right? He was very reliant on the interceptions, right, to try and stay on the defensive pressure. Now he's just going for the ball. He realizes if I let this guy keep the ball too long, given the players on the pitch, they don't have that high strength. Their ball ability is way better. So close them down, take it from them, and it's working. He's been putting so much pressure on Moby, pressure that Deevak didn't have to experience at all in their matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's looking like a better Bobo, right? He's not. I thought we were going to be seeing a lot of the same mistakes where he's too aggressive on the plays, not making decisive passing and shooting, etc. But he didn't. He was really successful in his attempts at goal, even at his own goal that he did right over there to make it a tie. Really successful. I'm liking the Bobo we've seen this game against Mobizilla.
Let's see if that Bobo is going to show up again as we enter into the second half of this first game. And, oh, strong ball, but not ruled as a foul. All right, this could be nice. Can he get something off of this here? He does have the slight numerical advantage. Kind of release Vinny with Mbappe holding up the ball. Laurent finds Neymar. Neymar gets a shot. Oh! The 12th man back again, baby. Bobo Beast kept away from scoring. That was so sad. So sad. Bobo is just... Yo, please do not go gambling today, Bobo. You're going to lose all of your money.
Yeah, you're going to lose everything you have right now. And this is going to be sad.
What?
It's sad, please. From the 12th man to conceding the goal, we have him losing the tie. Unfortunately, that is what's going to come into play. Wow. Very, very unfortunate scenes from the match we have right here. Oh, Lord.
What's crazy to me is that both goals that Mobizilla was able to score came off the back of the 12th man assist. How...
Yeah.
Your confidence right now for Bobo. We were talking about it. He needs to have upgraded in the mental department. Now it's definitely a test of that. 2 goals scored against you that seconds ago you were up and you were actually supposed to score yourself, but then the 12th man intervened. Whew. Let's see what he's got though. Let's see what he's got. Pause is finished. He's taking the time to breathe. Will he... Well, he's slowing the ball down a lot now, so He's clearly a little bit worried about his failure to get these goals. Mbappe, look at the trickery inside the box. Mbappe has space. Mbappe cannot release the ball, though. Oh, my goodness. That looked so good for him. But Bobo Beast, yet again, despite being in a very positive situation, denied a goal in the final third.
Yeah, no, and I really don't think it's over for him just yet. This match is still a long way to go for us over here, and I still feel like if he's managed to get into the box and managed to hit the 12-man twice, he can get a goal in and end things off with the 2-2. And we can see him get closer and closer with Neymar right now. Unfortunately, not able to connect too successfully. Back onto Mbappe, still has the ball possession. But look at how many men are inside the box, and unfortunately, that is going to be blocked off by Davies, and he's able to block the attack that was in play for Bobo.
Maybe more people need to start getting on this Alphonso Davies hype train, because I've been liking what I've been seeing from the defender in this game. Big through ball in through to Isak. Unfortunately, doesn't get there in time. Juanluigi Donnarumma up to the task, pulls out of the sticks, keeps this at least 2-1. One goal is still playable, still okay. He's still in the game, definitely, Bobo. But the way things are trending right now, as long as he keeps his composure, he might be able to get another goal back. He's trying with this. Mbappe moving forward, holds the ball up for De Jong, who releases Laurent in front of him. Neymar trying to find space, but making it very difficult for him to move. Mobizilla coming up in front of De Jong. De Jong, the pass goes errant. Rare missed pass from one of the players with the highest passing accuracy in the game. Sadly, it's given back to Moby. Goes back.
Yeah, Moby with the ball and passing it very accurately right now. Isak on the run. Needs to pass it to Vidal. Vidal has the breathing space to make a run right here. And he does get a ball onto Isak, but Isak very much cramped up, but it does work out for him, and it works out successfully as Fekir is the one to pick up a goal. Talk about the Europa League card that he has on Fekir as well, because man, that was a shot to the corner.
Yup. Nabil Fekir gets the goal. He's out here. And I must say something interesting about Moby's team, which we'll talk about in a second, because we might have a goal from Bobo. Bobo can't get the turn. But you were talking earlier about how Mobizilla's playing perfectly in sync with all of his players. It almost feels like he's actually tested everybody to be like, the way I want to play. I don't just want players that have high pace or extremely high dribbling. I specifically want this player in that position for how I'm going to hold up the ball, for how I'm going to develop it forward. And it's looking very, very promising and good for him here. 3-1 up. And he feels like he's settling into a very comfortable rhythm that Bobo is having a hard time interrupting. In fact, the line of this play, slowly but surely, creeping up ever higher by default. It feels like we're back into the situation where Bobo needs to just do something special if he wants to have a place back in this game.
Definitely, and he might just do that exactly as he gets the passes on, he gets the shot in, and that's going to be 3-2. What an aggressive game we're having over here on our hands. I mean, so much is happening, and it's crazy that we get to see this in the first leg, right? There's still a second leg that's going to be happening. So much more to unravel for us over here. But yeah, I like the way, Mobizilla team is playing to his advantage, working our team. It's not really the team people would go with, and especially so late in the seasons of FIFA, where so many content has come out, and he's still reliant and still has a team around the Europa League card. So I mean, for Mobizilla to be playing with such a team and by all means keeping a level of consistency at 3-2 is very successful coming out from Mobizilla and B's team, right? I mean, surely if this was, a somewhat to real life, Neymar and Mbappe all on a single team, like surely it wouldn't have been this close of a score line.
Oh, might get closer though. Almost became 3-3 at a clutch tackle just before the shot came off. And actually now Isak, I was about to say it looks a bit offside. Thankfully, referee does call it back. We also did see a change, speaking of team lineups, right? He made some changes here on the side of Bobo Beast, and he's brought in the man that we spent some time talking about. Alan Saint-Maximin is in the game right now. He's on the wing, he's on the ball, looking to try and release somebody in the box. dribbles past the final defender.
Oh!
What?
What a save!
What a save. The 12th man is in front of him. The goalkeeper's in front of him. Bobo Beast just cannot catch a break today.
He cannot, and with this counter-attack, it looks like he will just not catch anything on the sidelines over here. But no, the cross a bit too high. It goes down too slow, and the defense line is able to come back to make sure that nothing gets secured over there. He opens up a round for Sterling, and this is a 90-minute... No! A 90-minute shot to go AWOL and not onto the goalpost. And unfortunately, it's going to end 3-2. And that would have been so crucial here for the plays, but unfortunately just doesn't happen to find it.
Oh my gosh, the heartbreak for Bobo. As he was making the run, he wasn't alone, right? There was actually space. San Maximan was coming in on the right. Sterling is going in through the middle. Mbappe is right behind him. And the reason he goes for that any other time, right? Any other time, Bobo will 100% lay off that ball. But he's thinking to himself, I'm clear on goal. It's right in front of me. I've got Raheem Sterling. You know, I've got all this pace, but you know what Raheem Sterling doesn't have? Shooting ability.
Aish. But no, anyone should be able to score that. The accuracy, the pressure, it was a little bit, maybe the defense pressure was there a little bit onto Sterling, and that's why it was a bit wide, but that's way too off coming out. Maybe ball roller towards the left side of the goalie and then finesse it in somehow, or even chip, because the goalkeeper came out for the run, right? So even a chip could have potentially come into play over there. There was maybe one or two options that could have been slightly more better than the wide shot that we did get to witness out from Sterling. A bit of an embarrassing moment there for Bobo, because that would have been really crucial goal going into the second leg. 3-3 would have been the scoreline, but unfortunately it's 3-2. Mobizilla is happy with that one goal advantage. But the way things are looking off, his defense is opening up way too much. He's losing the ball too much in the mid area as well. And it's not looking too well for Mobizilla in that second half alone. It very much was very tough on him. So let's see what this means going into the first half of the second leg, whether or not Bobo can keep that consistent pressure and gameplay that we were witnessing out from him, because it's been really working out in his favor. We had almost two goals out of him in that little bit short time from 80th to 90th minute, but unfortunately just not securing those. So let's see what happens.
It really does feel like that's the only area right now where Bobo's struggling, right? Which is interesting, because normally we used to critique Bobo from the defensive perspective. Now it's like, if you were just a better finisher right now, Bobo, you'd be so far ahead. You'd be so far in general. Just like the finishing is where he's really, really struggling, really unable to put things through. Now, we're going to see whether or not the finishing will be better in the second leg. We are underway here. Will this be the change? Will this be Bobo coming back? Will this be some redemption for the young man? Because, whoa, today has been a lot of rough things have happened. So, going to be testing the mental right now. And will he be good for this first defense? Okay, that's good. That's a good way to start the game, not conceding a very basic early goal.
Definitely not conceding an early goal over there. Mobizilla, however, back onto the ball, and Bobo a bit too aggressive on the passing. We did see those long passing coming out from Deevak, which costed him quite a lot. Yeah, it opens up, and it's just so wide over there coming out from Moby, and that was an error from both players, right? Because we did see how Bobo opened that defense so wide, giving so much breathing space for the striker, but unfortunately Mobizilla had to send that out wide.
Yep, not the cleaner situation from both players. It feels like Mobizilla right now is going back more to the style that we saw in the first half of the first leg. Bobo having a little bit of difficulty readjusting to how that looked like, but he's acclimated a little bit now. Advances with Lawrence, gets that aggressive interception, throws the ball down to Dembele. I thought Vinny might have been the better option. He had fewer players in front of him, but this is the decision made now. Trying to run through with Neymar. Cutting in the middle, not going to be possible. 3 players got drawn off to cover him, but those 3 players can't keep the ball because now we're already back. We're in the box. Laurent finds Dembele. Dembele finds the back of the net. And Bobo Beast finds a way back into the game. It's 3-3. We're drawn up. We've got a game on our hands, Zero. We've got a game.
We've got a game on our hands indeed, and Mobizilla, unfortunately, he's just losing his touch, right? From that second half, we started to see how his passing sort of been intercepted and predicted, right? All his passing is sort of coming in a prediction way for Bobo, and he's able to detect what he's gonna do, what his next move is, and it's almost as if we're playing chess, Asne.
Gonna put him in the corner, and then he's, Bobo's gonna forget to eat the queen. So exactly like that. Huh?
Exactly like that. Yeah, well, now
Mbappe.
we got the ball onto Mbappe, and it does look very much strong here for Bobo. Still on the ball possession. Not really the cleanest plays that we are witnessing, but it still counts, and it's still working in his favor. Neymar does it left and right. He swifts in. He does a skill move, passes back to De Jong. De Jong onto Mbappe. Mbappe has the breathing space, but unfortunately goes in for the short side of the goalie, and the goalie's able to successfully block that out. Vinicius onto the ball, and a cross in
Oh
to
my
Kimpembe,
God!
but unfortunately that goes wide. It is
Are
an
you
offside.
kidding me?
It's just a miss.
Oh my, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bobo, yeah, okay. Bobo, very rough day, sir. You would have been, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we include the 12th man, like the 100% misses from 100% goals, isn't he up 3 goals right now?
Yeah,
Oh my
he
goodness.
is. He is up 3 goals right now. I mean, no, 4 goals.
No,
I mean,
4
two,
actually, yes,
yeah,
yeah.
two on the goalpost, one on Raheem Sterling, and the other one which we just had to witness from Kimpembe. But now it does look really well for Mobizilla. I say that, and he loses the ball. Prediction plays coming out from him, and Bobo is just reading the field as if this is something that already happened with him.
He is very much aware. It's really leveled up a little bit here, Bobo Beast. If not for the fact that we've had just horrendous finishing, would have been just spending all day praising Bobo for just how far he's come as a player, because this is a transformed person from what we saw in Season 3. See if he can deal with this upcoming attack, though, and indeed he does. Like you mentioned, he is reading everything. He's got the full download. And I was saying earlier that he's switched up to being very aggressive on the tackles. He doesn't need to anymore. Interceptions are fine when you know it's coming. And now he gets on the other hand of a ball.
Oh.
Neymar will not miss from the penalty spot in the box into the top corner. It's 2-0. Bobo's ahead, baby. Bobo's actually doing it.
He is. He's playing so well. He's playing amazing, and Mobizilla's has been read every single move, right? Whether it's him dribbling, whether it's a pass, a cross, a run, whatever it is, even the defensive, right? He's able to move left and right, get away from his players, dribble in, get a shot on, but unfortunately the trick shot is not going to go in play, but it's still here on Bobo, and we saw the Messi plays earlier being in favor of him. Will we be seeing a replica with the Kimpembe cross? Because he does get it in, he sends it to the far end, but unfortunately, there is a defender. It is a readable cross because it is a replica of what he had done previously.
Yep, sometimes this is the downside of having good strategies, is that they can also be figured out. Oh, Barella on the ball now, getting into the box. Unfortunately, not enough people around him to release into. Fekir does come up, cannot get himself on the other side of the ball. Lucas Hernandez, good with the interception. And Bobo, man, I must say, he's been playing with a lot of composure in the box. Like, a lot of the mistakes that we were seeing early on, feels like these goals helped him warm up. Because now he's just like, I really got this. I don't have to commit too many players forward. And now I'm in. I'm through. Mbappe looking for the goal, looking for the shot. Dribbles the keeper, gets past the defender, slots it in. The confidence is on. He feels like he's balling a little bit right now here.
It's almost as if he heard what we had to say about his Sterling goal, because remember I mentioned that roll ball. He does exactly that. He rolls balls to the left of the goalie, and that is clear on goal, right? So I'm happy that he is understanding the mistakes he did in the previous match, where Raheem Sterling could have gotten that goal, but unfortunately it just wasn't. And now Mbappe just played it so well, and almost an answer from Mobizilla for that halftime goal. Maybe this cross means exactly that. He goes in, plays it slow, gets it in, and unfortunately the goalkeeper comes out for the punch. May still be in the ball possession here for Moby. Unfortunately, is going to lose that one over there.
Today, in so many respects for Bobo Beast, Kimpembe has just been his go-to guy in every part of the pitch. This time around, he manages to keep a goal out, make sure that he doesn't, like he's done in every half today. Every half today, he's conceded a goal at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
But this time he says no. He's like, not this time. I'm there. I'm going to get the defense. I'm going to stay clean. And now with that, he's now sitting with an advantage of 2 goals, right? Provided he just stays like this, doesn't concede 2 goals, then he's going to be through. He's going to get his 9 points, going to be in the playoff berth. So, and also it really feels like he's elevated his own performance, right? I feel like each goal is giving him more confidence. And that's the frustrating thing about confidence players, is that when they start gaining it, then you're like, my gosh, this guy is so good. Why doesn't he play like this all the time? But he needs that additional boost, right? And it's like, it doesn't happen all the time. But when it does happen, wow, he looks amazing now.
Yeah, and the plays really what's happening right now is Moby's defense is just so wide open, right? Like those through balls that we are getting out from Bobo, where it's just straight in onto the goalie. It's happened like 3 times already, and he's not able to block off that fast-paced players that we are getting, like Mbappe, etc. But maybe played more that the midfielders cover center, right? Because they haven't been there, and a good response. Does look like that's going to count as a goal. It is onside. Good response from him. Fakir managing to finally connect something of note.
Alrighty, our boy Fakir. Alright, Nabil Fakir pulls through yet again. Gets a goal for Mobizilla. So now we're only 1 goal in it. You know, Bobo Beast's massive lead has been sliced in half here. Moby, he can string together another goal. Would really help him out. And like you were mentioning, his defense has been a little bit on the fritz, so trying to change it up and rather play more aggressively. But Sandro Tonali really has not worked out for Moby today. The only reason you have this player in your team is to help you by covering the additional defense. But if it's super leaky, it's not good. And because of these leaks, look how far up Bobo Beast was able to come. Doesn't get it into the key player. But again, Sandro, another errant pass from him. Oh boy. Mobizilla, this is not good. Fire that man. Put him on the bench. I don't care. I don't want to see him anymore.
I mean, at this point, all these passing has really been shambles right now, and there's a clear on goal. And just
Offside.
how is that offside?
No, it's not. Okay.
It isn't. Just how unfortunate was that, right? The goalkeeper got a good save on that, but it bounces directly onto the goal shooter over there, and Neymar is able to secure it.
Okay, so now we're back again with the 2-goal lead here. Mobizilla has more work to do for himself. Bobo Beast has re-established the cushion. He's also been able to score a lot of goals. 4-1 is kind of no joke. Like, sure, it's very close in terms of the goal difference, but this game, he's just very much outclassing Mobizilla in most areas of the pitch. And now he's trying to slow it down a little bit here. We haven't seen him utilize the wingers as much in this particular series, but he realizes now maybe that might be the play as well, at least to keep the ball for as long as possible, because the fact that he hasn't been making all of these runs means that his wingers are fresh. They can easily play the rest of the game out with no difficulty.
Definitely. I mean, we are seeing so many mistake passing coming out of Mobizilla. It is very sad to watch right here. And like, hopefully we get to see him improve that towards the last bit of the game. So that could be a goal, right? No, couldn't. So yeah, a lot of offsides that we are getting out from Moby, a lot of intercepted passing, etc. It's just hasn't been his game in the second leg.
There's a mistake that came there from Bobo Beast. Mbappe yet again had the ball bounce off of him, but Moby couldn't capitalize in time and now has to be worried about defending himself. In the box is Mbappe, who was actually caught offside, so the play gets drawn back. Bit unfortunate, but still, you're on the side of the pitch where he's very comfortable playing right now for Bobo Beast. The longer you spend here, as the time winds down, it gets them closer into a winning scenario. It really does feel right now like Moby, as long as he can still maintain this pressure, the passing, when it gets good, it's so good. It always gets him to the box. He just can't do it consistently. He needs to be able to figure out how to get that done. But now he's also in a similar situation as what we saw Bobo Beast get into. He's bringing everybody up. What's the point of defending if it just gets you lost? But now he might be exposed. There's the cross to Vinny, but I don't think that was a clear pass. It's not, but it's still keeping in possession for Bobo. Neymar passes to Mbappe. Mbappe's in the box. Mbappe's looking for the turn. Will he find it? No, he will not. Upamecano able to get the tap.
Sometimes I think just shoot, right? Because there was an opportunity, a little space of opening for him, and unfortunately, he just didn't get it. Isaac making a play to Fakir. Fakir back to Isaac right now, and that's a good ball. Surely that's a goal.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
almost a own goal. And unfortunately, that's going to be a corner kick right there. And you're going to see
Hmm.
some plays, substitutions coming in right now. But yeah,
Yeah.
like for Mobizilla, from that second half in the first leg, it just looked like things were not going in his favor at all.
Yep. The second half really felt like, or since this leg has started, it really feel like something has changed. And Bobo really has been out here. He got denied a goal at the very end of leg number 1, but this leg he's looking really on form. I think one of the complications as well is Moby knows he can just get into this position. He maybe could score, but getting here reliably, he's making a lot of mistakes on the ball. The cross is probably not going to be in his favor either. Bobo able to easily reclaim that. And the thing is, the way that Moby tends to play this game and the players that he has in his team, you know, sometimes there's players that you keep on the bench. Like, for example, Hassan Maximan. You're like, I'm going to bring him in at 70 minutes. He's got an amazing amount of pace. Everyone else is tired. You know, we can maybe string something special from here. Moby doesn't have those players on his bench, and he doesn't play that style of football. So it's a little bit harder for him to make these kind of comebacks in these slow clutch scenarios.
Oh, yeah, and even when he's trying to clutch up some plays, he just cannot, right? The goalkeeper's there to make sure that everything is well defended, well saved, and his goal scoring opportunities just keep thinning out, and it's not guaranteed to a certain degree. But it does look like Bobo is on a clear run over here. It does look like he may potentially get in on goal. Goes back to Goretzka. Goretzka could potentially pass to Mbappe, but that could be offside. No, yeah, it is
Yeah,
an
it was offside.
offside pass over there. And we get to see a pause coming out from Mobizilla, hopefully to change things around, make it work in his favor, because he just hasn't had that moment in this game. One goal, and it was a good goal, but his other opportunities, his passing has been horrendous. He's just been so predictable throughout this entire second leg.
Mm. One thing, though, sometimes about predictability, he is actually instead picking up Alfonso Davies, who's coming on instead to create some additional space and pressure. Because it feels like that player has actually been quite useful for him. David running up, looking for a shot. He still has the ball. It's not able to land flush in front of him. So now he's in a really bad position. Look at this. 4 men here. Mobizilla, can he defend against this attack from Bobo? Bobo has all the time in the world. Mbappe holds the ball up, but Mbappe is dispossessed. What? Just gets ran past. The ball gets stolen from his feet. That is a little bit unfortunate, but might not care that much unless this counter attack. Okay, Carrasco, this has been the substitution. This is the pace that he needs. This is the way back in the game. David has the ball. He holds it up. No, shoot.
Oh.
Okay, he shoots it. Finally gets it in. It's 4-2 right now in leg number 2.
And that scared me a
Wow.
little bit. I thought he had made a massive mistake there for his gameplay, and I thought it would have costed him, the opportunity to end this game in a draw, depending on how the next plays and passing comes out from Bobo. But it does look like a response gets played, but it's gonna go over to a corner, and with just little time left, there's really nothing Mobizilla can do. He goes in, he cuts in, does get the pass, but it's onto him. It's a 2-minute added extra time. He's got one more opportunity at hand. He sends it afar with the goal kick, but unfortunately, that is going to be nothing. And I think this is the GG's on a wrap up for Bobo Beast. Going in for the last attack over here, and there's the ref going to call the time over now. But that was spectacular gameplay that we had just from Bobo Beast.
Bobo Beast had a monstrous performance today. He just looked incredible. Never seen him play this well. And after having a very difficult start, that's the thing. Normally when he has a difficult start, he gets hammered in the next game. But great comeback from Bobo Beast. Not only being able to win the game 4-2 after losing the first leg 3-2, but he wins the whole tie. He wins the whole series. And he did so after a very devastating loss earlier today against Deevak. But now, Bobo did it. He got the W. And you know what that means for him, Arrow? He's got 9 points. He is second. Bobo Beast. Bobo Beast from the Nkosi Super Cup. Right now, second in the log. What a player. What a man. What a game, first and foremost. 5-6. I predicted it was going to be 3-2. We both knew it was going to be close, but you could never have predicted it was going to end up exactly like this.
No, too many goals, too many mistakes from both players, right? Especially from Bobo, but he was able to learn from them and adapt really quickly. We did see same replica type goals from first leg in the 90th minute with Sterling where he misses, but then again, same situation with Mbappe. He roll bowls it instead of taking that hopeful shot. So I'm happy that we are seeing this Bobo, right? I'm happy that we are seeing an improved Bobo Beast. But there we go. He is tied with TheBeastBinachi. Goal difference comes in favor for the Beast. So right there, we get to see a massive, good evening of football.
Oh, an incredible evening of football today. Deevak won his game against Bobo Beast. Didn't manage to play the second game against Atibira, unfortunately. So he's at the top of the log. But Bobo Beast, his 2 games, we spoke about how crucial that first game was going to be against Deevak. And that loss, it helped. It spurred him on. He learned things from that loss. Things, like you mentioned, every mistake that we saw him make today, he fixed at some point later on in the day. And it's gotten him now tied with the TheBeastBinachi, sitting very pretty inside the playoff zone. And let's just think about the players that are beneath him. Masoom, Unfazed, Young Savage, the champion. Bobo Beast right now is above all of them. Sure, they all have games in hand over him, but nonetheless, Bobo must be feeling amazing. He did amazing things on the pitch. Really showing us that the Nkosi Super Cup, the players coming out of there are nothing to mess with, nothing to play with. The longer they stay in this Umzansi Esports League, the stronger they get, the better FIFA that they end up playing. So, wow, what an amazing game that we just saw. That was incredible. Bobo Beast now tied with the Beast, Deevak at the top of the log. And with that, Hero, I feel it's really shaking things up, right? Because now it's not actually certain anymore who's going to make it, right? It feels like the names we saw in the playoffs last season, I doubt it's going to be the same names this time around.
Yeah, I don't. For Young Savage, it's gonna be literally the best plays possible that needs to come out from him so that he can see himself gather some points. He's still sitting with that donut, right? The 0 points at hand. 3 games, 3 losses. He does have a 2-game advantage, which if he does win both of them, it still means nothing, right? It only puts him below 5th, if I'm not mistaken. So really, we're not going to be seeing too much advantage out from him. But with those game advantages, if he stays consistent and continues the consistency, then we'll be seeing a Young Savage sort of making it into the playoffs. But it now depends on those first 2 games that he gets. If he wins both of them, then there's hope. If it's a loss and a win, I don't know, Snare. I don't think anything's possible coming out from Young Savage. It'll be a bit too late from him because the matches that are left is people above him, for the 2-game advantage, people above him. And if they gather more points and they win against him, it's just a GG's on a champion, who's coming into season 4.
It could easily be GG's on a champion, and a lot can change. As you just heard right now from Aero, there's storylines that still remain in the Umzansi Esports League. Too many to tell, too many to describe, right? The only way to know which story is true is to make sure that you are here every single week to catch the action. And now that we are done with FIFA 22 for the day, having seen 2 games, 1 game unfortunately with a default win for Deevak, FIFA 22 segment is now concluded. So everybody, we will be moving over onto PUBG Mobile. But make sure that you do not for a second turn off or turn anywhere else. We're still going to be here. We're still going to be going into the hype, reminding you about the amazing football that we've just seen as we're going into the PUBG Mobile segment. So this is the Umzansi Esports League, the 4th season, the 7th week. And it's only getting more lit from here on out. Don't go anywhere. And when we return, we're going from the football to the arena as we go for some PUBG Mobile. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. We are officially into our PUBG Mobile segment. My name is Proxy, and I will be your host for this evening segment. And of course, I am joined by our wonderful casters. It's Patchy, it's DK, coming back at you with the amazing PUBG Mobile action that we are expecting for tonight. Speaking about tonight, let's take a look at that schedule and see what we have in store for you for these next couple of matches. As we look at, of course, we know the 3 maps we all know and love. It is, of course, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. Starting off with Erangel at 7 CAT and ending off with Miramar, depending on how quickly these maps go. Because, you know, sometimes the teams, they decide to take their sweet time looting. They decide to take their sweet time just killing everybody. So we'll see how that one ends up tonight. But of course, why are we all here? Why are we all speaking into this microphone? Why are we all sitting and watching at home? It is, of course, for that beautiful, beautiful prize pool and all the bragging rights that we have the best in Africa. As we look at it, of course, a total prize pool of $17,500, with the FIFA 22 segment taking home $2,500, and of course the PUBG Mobile segment prize pool is of course $15,000. So a lot of ka-ching that someone could be taking home in their pockets, of course, distributed amongst our teams. And that's when we talk about the leaderboard. That's when you talk about how are those standings looking at the moment? Who are the teams that are getting close to that prize pool? Who are the teams that need to put in a little bit of work to get close to that prize pool? Of course, we take a look at this magnificent leaderboard. So, DK, Patchy, it's been a while since I've joined you guys. Why don't you take me through some of the highlights of the previous weeks?
Yeah, well, we could certainly do that. Just to do a bit of memory jogging, we can go through the ranks at the moment. It is no surprise that we find 4KT sitting up in a very dominant position at the moment, especially considering their performance not only in the last season, but even over these last few weeks. Definitely just coming into play as we wanted them to for so long, but it's certainly not been an easy triumph at the moment. You can see they're only 6 points ahead of the nearest competitor, and a lot of these teams definitely coming in a little bit as a surprise, maybe. Even to a certain extent, you know, a lot of teams we expected to be a little bit higher up on the leaderboard, not actually showing face. And I'm sure DK has plenty to say about that. So I'll leave a little bit of that to him. But I mean, if you just take a look at the leaderboard right now, you could see some of these names maybe a little bit surprising or unexpected, and it might just give us a few more questions to ask when we move eventually into the next round.
Yeah, a lot of teams that I'm also seeing coming through, of course, from that Nkosi League. So a lot of teams that have made through, you know, went through the promotion relegation matches, made their way into Umzansi for the first time in this season, and all of a sudden, really making a statement. So DK, from your side, I mean, you know, Patchy alluded to it a little bit, and as we're getting towards that bottom 16, and as we're getting closer and closer and closer to the next phase, we start thinking about the teams that are struggling a little bit, of course, the ones that need to really bump themselves up on that leaderboard. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first off, thanks, Patchy, for no pressure whatsoever.
I got you.
That was a surprise even to me, so thank you for informing me of you know, what's at stake here. But as we look over on towards our leaderboard, we are currently looking at that second page, right? So the teams finding themselves on that first and second page are for the most of it safe, right? Coming into today, all right. But of course, we see the players sitting from about, I'd say, around about 12th to 13th place downwards. They are in the kind of danger zone. I think if the teams are able to potentially build on the momentum they've been having over the previous few weeks, coming all the way to where we are now, because take into consideration, this is our final weekend of this phase, of this round. Whatever they do not get accomplished in this weekend, that's it. Right? They will not be moving over to the next phase. So there is going to be quite a bit of pressure on the teams sitting towards this third page and having to still fight their way back up onto that second page. Now, there's not a lot of difference with regards to points, as we can see coming in from that second page onto the third page, but the amount of work that needs to be done by these teams is going to be pretty high. Look, for instance, at the players there from Fear. They are currently sitting on a grand total of 29 points. Yes, they are showing a very good balance with regards to their placement points and their kills. The same, of course, can be said for Rain from Hell as well as Solo Esports, but They definitely need to dial that up, probably about 20 more points from where they are now. On a scale of 1 to 10, I guess they have to dial it up to about 22 or so if they are looking to push up to be one of those top 16 teams to be moving through towards our finals. But if we look at the top side of the leaderboard, that is where we see Slime 4KT and the Affinity Africa sitting quite comfortably. They have been just hammering away, bringing in the points, bringing in the scores, and I would almost go as far as to say that they can actually afford to be not too stressed this weekend. Ideally, we'd still like to see them play the game, but they are in such a position where they can take a kind of a back seat, and they don't need to feel too threatened by any of the teams looking to advance up the leaderboard. And what's particularly strange is we saw the players from G3 actually sitting all the way in 14th position, which is definitely not a
Weird.
spot we see them in at all. I mean, I wouldn't say often, I mean like at all, especially this late into the tournament. It is pretty strange to see them sitting there. The same we can say for BBC as well as Zero Tolerance Skill. And one way that they are going to be looking to make a change and bring some movement up in towards that leaderboard is going to be through utilizing the point structure. We can see that first place awarding them that 1 point, and then they get 15 points for first place, and then 1 point, of course, being awarded for the kills. And the point structure trickles down all the way to 13th or to 16th place, where they get a nice bubble for that, the 0. But it's definitely going to be quite a bit of work. And the team sitting at the top of the leaderboard, they've been really utilizing this, but also being able to find quite a good balance of kills coming through.
Exactly that. And I mean, that balance is always key. We talk about positioning, we talk about kills as well, and we've seen these kills be so impactful. Speaking about the kills, nice little segue I can put there. I don't know, congrats to myself for doing that. But we're going to talk about the kill leaders now, who are on your screen as they stand at the moment. Of course, these are the top 4 players that have been raking in the kills as much as they possibly can, doing the damage to get their teams up on the leaderboard and, of course, get as many points weekend after weekend. First off, we're going to be looking at Kato from Infinity AF, sitting with 27 kills and 3.8 thousand damage and a total average survival time at about 19 minutes and 19 seconds. I like the alliteration there, 1919. I like it. Zeus from Slime4KT coming through with 24 kills and 5,660 damage. So not reaping all the kills, but definitely doing most of the damage at this point. Zeus, well done to you. And Sully coming through from Influence Rage Africa with 22 kills, 4,433 damage as well. And of course, the last kill leader that we're going to be highlighting today is Prime from Rainbow Six Madagascar, sitting with 20 kills and 4,030 damage. A lot of these players have been putting in the work behind the scenes. We don't always get to see it, but we definitely get to see it today. So, talking about the teams, we've spoken a little bit about the schedule. We've spoken a little bit about what's at stake, and it is, of course, to get into that next phase. They have to make it through. They have to be in that top 16 teams. Otherwise, we say goodbye to the next set of teams that unfortunately did not make it in Season 4. And I mean, speaking about today's schedule, let's actually take a look at some of the teams that we should be expecting today. So, as we look at it, Patchy, if you would, please take us through some of the teams from today's groups.
Yeah, let's just fling ourselves through the groups. Today, Group A, starting out with Rila Insiders, a team that has also been doing very well this season. C Esports, 7AOK, Influence Rage, also amongst those top teams. In fact, I do believe all 4 of those teams are sitting on page number 1. Aphelion, Apex, Rainbow Six Madagascar, Natural Killers, and Young Thundercats coming in all over the show. We do have some pressure on teams like Aphelion, Apex. They want to keep themselves out of that relegation zone, kind of buffer themselves, and they are basically in as much danger as some of these other teams, which of course we'll get to. But as for Rainbow Six Madagascar, they're doing quite well as well. Group B, however, also another bit of a mixed batch, especially when we consider the fact that, as you mentioned, G3 all the way down in that 14th position, which is not characteristic of that particular team. So I guess we're waiting for them to step up and move a little bit further away from relegation, because I think some of those G3 fans are sweating just a little bit while they watch how close G3 is shaving that relegation line. Of course, we've got Zero Tolerance, BBC, we've got Lag, and a lot of other teams that have been sort of performing up and down, but certainly a little bit better than we're giving them credit for. The teams that are going to be most wide are, of course, going to be the teams like Young Thundercats at 7 AOK, who are currently sitting in that relegation. And I mean, they were doing really, really well this season in terms of some of their other performances. Maybe they have the chance to do it, but I mean, the fact that we have a team like G3 sitting on the one end of the sandwich and then all these other teams back here, I mean, usually it's a tough time to get out of relegation in the beginning. But now you've got a sandwich made out of rocks right here. It's like you got relegation chasing you from behind, and you got G3 sitting in front of you, and you already know that they're not going to make it easy. So, I mean, you have to beat teams like that to get out of relegation. It's not going to be easy. I'm telling you that much. It's not going to be easy.
I agree with you. I mean, we've got such a stacked set of teams ready and looking for that prize pool, looking for that next phase of course, when we're talking about the finals, you know, getting through these semi-finals, and a lot of these teams have been putting in a lot of work, and you can see that coming through, not only with the kills, with the damage that these, you know, teams have been putting up. I feel like we've had the most competitive season thus far, because generally we look at that, you know, that leaderboard, and it's top heavy. It's extremely top heavy. Like, all the kills are up there, and there's none left for the rest of the teams. But this time around, we've got a, I'm not going to say fairly distributed, but much more than we've seen in previous seasons, distributed leaderboard, which is uncommon, but it means that every single match is so competitive, which is what we have come to expect from the Umzansi Esports League. So I'm going to hand it over to your amazing casters. It's Patchy, it's DK, going to be taking you through the action on Erangle. Guys, take it away.
Ooh, man, it feels like it has been a very long time since we have seen these familiar landscapes, but here we are back on Erangel, ready for that map number 1 action, and we've got a very nice vertical line from north to south, skewed all the way on that western sort of half of the map, which is interesting. Certainly not a usual flight path, but it's going to give the teams a little bit of jogging to do to get to where they want to be, which is not bad at all. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of scuffles breaking out nice and early. We do. I mean, we have been seeing actually quite a lot of aggression coming through, a lot of proactivity, a lot of movement from these teams in the earlier phases of the game. But we had some weird like dips in that activity. It was kind of like in the beginning, we started out and the activity was just super high. Like, everyone was getting in there. They were doing the things, you know, they were ready and waiting. And they were just, well, actually, they weren't waiting. That was the thing. They weren't waiting at all, you know. But then in the middle of the of round 1 and kind of 2, you know, it sort of dipped back down, and now it's kind of climbing back up. And I'm really hoping that it keeps going up. Otherwise, if we go back down, it's going to be kind of sad again.
Yeah, you know what it is, Patchy?
What is it?
Aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah, let's just go with that. I don't know.
Yeah,
Whatever.
you know what?
That's
They've been flying in the stratosphere. You know, if you've been watching the news, they've been hovering around the
Yeah.
stratosphere. They've been hacking the systems, and they've been hacking PUBG to try and get the flight paths and the activity levels to coincide, and you know, give us that Delta
See?
variant.
It all makes sense.
Yeah, it is. It's
100%.
absolutely, and they're giving us those variables as well, the percentage variables that cause certain teams to react.
Yes. But
Yeah.
speaking about variables though, right? I'm looking forward to the teams really coming in with those rotations, as we had a nice P letter formation coming in here with a flight path running all the way down on that extreme western side, and now this zone appearing all the way over towards that far eastern side. I mean, that is a beautiful west-east comparison, and it's good to see PUBG, you know, sometimes just bringing in a few spanners, trying to throw it into the works for a lot of these teams. And now we need to look and see how these teams are going to be looking to rotate their way into safety, taking it from that eastern position, pushing all the way through, going into regions where they sometimes do feel a little bit more comfortable, but they still now need to take into consideration that there are so many other opposing teams that find themselves in a very similar kind of position that could potentially be adopting a very similar approach, trying to push into those regions. And now, Matrix, suffering the penalties there for trying to peak that same spot a little bit too consistently. And now the players here from Rila inside are starting to push even further forward. And this is kind of where we need to see those adaptations come in. We know, for instance, that Sidemen, who we see over in school, are pretty proficient. They can do quite a bit of work when it comes to the shooting and the overall performance. And they are currently sitting up in 13th place, just one up ahead of G3 Temper. But they need to work on these small little things. They still have 2 days aside from today to bring in those extra additional adjustments. But in the greater scheme of things, we need to see I would almost say a general, a bit more of a concentration or focus onto honing those little imperfections and trying to make them as good as they possibly can.
Yeah, for sure. Flightpath's definitely been giving us a bit of a run for our money, taking us from the west side to the east side, from the north side to the south. That's what we like. We like a little bit of that cross country. You know what I'm saying? We like to get out there, stretch the legs just a little bit. I mean, you can see these teams have definitely had to do a little bit of that. BBC and G3 actually going to be happy with that because, of course, BBC they do enjoy their Multa and their Multa power. G3 as well. They like their sort of South Farm, Northeastern Bridge kind of vibes. So they're on that life. They're on that life. They like it. The rest of the teams have been clashing just a little bit, as you mentioned, and as of course we've been watching on screen. The Rila Insiders going at it a little bit here with the Sidemen. As you mentioned, the Sidemen definitely capable and competent when it comes to a fight. The Rila Insiders are sitting very far up that leaderboard, sitting in position number 7 for a reason, and they're certainly not a team to be trifled with. So this early fight, they're going to have to pick and choose their moments very, very carefully here. The Sidemen, they've got a good position here. They've got a nice building to work with, and they can definitely draw this fight out if they want to. Of course, it's going to come down to whether the Rila Insiders actually decide to continue to take some engagements. We did see that long-range shot coming in from both sides. And as you mentioned, we did see a little bit of punishment for peeking one angle for a little bit too long. You definitely don't want to get yourself caught out doing that. You know, if you find a really good angle, utilize it for a minute or two. Definitely dip out of that once you've gotten the first sort of that first knock or so. You don't overstay your welcome. You don't want to stay in that place for a little bit too long. Otherwise, they will call out your position and you will get punished. Especially when it's a team as capable as the teams that we have currently in. I mean, even in just this entire game, these teams are all very, very capable teams. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. And so you definitely don't want to be trifling with them. You want to be exercising caution. You want to do your due diligence, as they say. So we'll have a look and see what comes of this particular situation. You can see the Rila Insiders have split up, doing a little bit of a trip there with Trip, moving forward in towards the middle of that zone where C Esports has already taken up possession of Yasnaya. So that has been taken off the board in terms of available spaces. The East Coast looking very open, and of course Stalber also looking quite open. So a lot of potential free spots if these teams want to move through. But if those teams on the western side of the zone do decide to sit there, we might just get a little bit of early gatekeeping too, because there are a few teams that still need to make the rotate in now that blue zone is slowly moving in.
One thing that I'm pretty interested to see is how the teams on that western side is going to be rotating up. One team in particular, Stevenson's Arts of Killing, right? We've got them all the way down in towards that far southwestern side, and we just saw the map. There's quite a bit of open space sitting towards that eastern side. But this is where these kind of positional plays can really come in handy, particularly for the teams that are established on the edge of zone. They have so much control currently in their hands. They are in a position where they can determine who's going to be the team to join them back up in that zone and who's going to be the team rather than sent back into the lobby. We see the players there from Young Thunder as well as Fear, Seven Arts of Killing, AOK. We've got the players from Aphelion, Apex also sitting over in towards 16th position. So they are literally teetering on the edge of that relegation, and again, they now need to try and find the ideal approach to get back in towards zone. Zero tolerance skills also on their way, rotating on through. I'm curious to see if we're going to have any teams potentially moving up towards the north, in towards that stalwart position, because if the Infinity Africa play that one, INF, if we see them moving up, that could be a really interesting position to try and push down from.
It kind of looks like everyone's going for Yasnaya right now. That
Mm.
seems to be the general consensus. But I agree with you. I think Stolba is definitely a wide open space that ought to be probed at least at some point. Definitely could prove to be quite a useful strategic position, especially if the zone does eventually shift north, as we know it can do sometimes. But for now, it seems Yasnaya is the hot spot where people have decided to go, and most of the teams sort of putting their feelers out in that direction, which is also normal for a zone like this, where a lot of teams do feel quite familiar with Yasnaya in particular. The shift will come down south, so Stolba does get taken out. So the intuition of these players is bang on right. They have decided to focus on the correct areas so far. That south side of the zone not looking too crowded, but generally BBC do have control of that area, so they'll probably be continuing to hover around there. But what I'm most interested in is I'm actually waiting to see if any fights are going to start breaking out there in the north, because with such a focus on Yasnaya from a lot of these teams, teams like G3, we saw them moving up in that direction. We've got about 3 or 4 teams in that vicinity as well. Definitely, we're going to see some gunfights happening. Definitely a little bit of crossfire as well, especially if when that next zone shifts again. If it shifts north and stays on Yasnaya, it's going to be a very interesting time, because then the teams that have sort of dug into that area, which is, as you can see, quite a few of them, it's going to be a very interesting fight. It's going to be a more prolonged battle, and we're going to see some bloodbaths.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, that is what we're hoping for. We want to see those bloodbaths. We want to see these teams really having a swing at each other. And speaking about swings, we've got the players here now from Young Thunder, as well as the team coming in from the side of Lag Esports, running into each other just north of that farm region. And a lot of times, these compounds are actually a pretty good controlling position to have. Looking where it is currently situated within the zone, it's not 100% center. It is a little bit more to the north, and depending on where the zone goes, this could be quite the controlling angle to be holding. But for the time being, Young Thunder are really being pressurized here as they're trying to make a bit of a stand against the advances of Lag Esports. But Lag Esports, we know that they are a team that are really capable of moving in, just clearing out a compound if they so choose. I mean, their position on the overall standings is pretty representative of that. And also now with Sevenson's Arts of Killing just hovering up on the hilltop, this could be, again, a good position for that third party play to come through, as Young Thunder now swiftly deals with the majority of the Sevenson's team.
Yeah, that was an interesting situation there. The 7 AOK was up on the hill. We had Lag, and of course Young Thunder rolling in, and then yeah, the push coming out from Young Thunder moving in, sort of taking Lag away, has given them the control of this particular compound. And now, of course, they have to deal with 7 AOK up on this hill. In the kill feed, we can actually see Natural Killers getting the brunt end of a little bit of a battle that is brewing on the map, which is quite interesting to say the least. So at least we know that the fights are starting to happen. Let's take a look and see if 7 AOK can actually continue this assault, or if they're going to pull away from this one. And if Killfeed Natural Killers continue to get hammered, Snake Guy's actually going to get taken down. That's Mista with some good shots coming through there. He is just laser beam accurate, almost getting taken down, but the dip just in time. That's exactly what you do. You got to dip out of the window. You can't stay there. Now 7 AOK decides to pull the trigger up. They come immediately into the compound, see if they can penetrate the defenses. They are just not holding up in immediately, just going through and trying to run over Young Thunder, but it has not worked out the way they have wanted to. The quick pacing hasn't given them all. They have to look for a little bit more. They have to be a little bit more keen for this one to make it happen. Lots of damage being done out here. The gunfight does go through. Mantila's still around and swinging, and he is swinging really, really hard to try and get Young Thunder out of this position. Mista is going to finally move up to do a little bit of reinforcing. The res should come through as well for 7 AOK, so they're going to get their numbers back up. Young Thunder now on the back foot, but it's not over just yet. Might just be able to defend this position, but the nades going through have done the damage necessary to make this a very difficult task for Young Thunder to defend. They're going to have to make something happen in a big way here. Out they come for the defense, trying to throw the bullets right back at the attackers, and they do get some elims for themselves and hold back up in this house as 7 AOK continues to make some advances. It's a 3v2 here. Young Thunder still on the back foot. They're trying desperately to defend this position as best they can with what they have.
Ooh, but this has been such a beautiful play coming in from the side here of Seven Sins as they now move up to find the finishing blows right up towards Adonis. And I really appreciate the way that they've been pushing right into that compound. They got the knock, they used that opportunity to come rushing forward. Yes, it didn't go exactly according to plan, but at the end of the day, they were successful in their push. And that just shows a good change of mindset actually coming in from them. But now they need to try and apply that through the remainder of the game. As we can see, the rest of the teams have now all started to rotate up in towards zone. Fortunately, Seven Sins do find themselves over on towards that western side. But I think over towards the east, that is where the pressure is going to be, because we've got CE Sports rolling through, we got Rain from Hell, we got the players also then from the side there of the Sidemen, as well as Natural Killers, all sharing the kind of space there. BBC, Kratos, and the rest of the team also very centralized. But this is where the challenge is going to be stepped up. The teams now need to defend and need to hold on as much as they can if they are looking to make it all the way in towards those later phases.
Yeah, things about to get a little bit hairy on that eastern side of the zone. We've got a number of teams, as you mentioned, just rolling straight on through. CE Sports going to be challenging Rain potentially in this particular spot. You could see even Bad Ash, or Bad Shah, Bad Shah is getting hit there as he rolls up the side of that mountain. Hey, listen, I haven't seen that one before, so you gotta forgive
What
me
Bad
for that
Ash?
one. But it's Bad Ash, yeah. It's a shots coming through is gonna take him down. CE Sports now pushing over the side of this hill to try and look for a fight with them, but they have to be careful. The third parties could be huge in this particular area. You can see there's even a couple other teams in the surrounding hillside. Sad Boy going to go down as August does find some nice beams over in that direction. BBC actually the team on the top of that hill on the other side. So certainly not a team to be trifled with. They have to be very, very careful. See, taking up residence in that compound is going to be very useful for a continued fight up this hill.
Yeah, it'll definitely be quite a beneficial position to be holding. But now the pressure is on. I mean, Rain from Hell, they need to try and secure as much of this hilltop as they can, seeing that they're down to a two-man team. But right down below, CE Sports are going to be looking to advance their way a little bit more into a bit of a stronger, more secure position. But also, as you pointed out, BBC coming in with a 2-2 split atop the hill. BBC, usually we see them pretty close to water. This time around, not so much, as they've taken a more centralized rotation. The zone obviously forcing them to go fight it out on that mainland region, but the zone does seem to favor that western side as the teams now have to relocate, reposition once again. And this is the opportunity now for the players here from Team Unique to try and defend, as they are set up very centralized. They've got that anchor point smacked up center zone, but the rest of the team now just riding over onto this eastern side.
Yeah, CE Sports proving to be a very adaptable team here. They just continue to move forward, and they are able to address the situation that is the Unique team held up on the top of this mountain. BBC helping them out a little bit with some shots of their own as they push forward as well. Moving down to see if they can flush the rest of Team Unique out of this position that they are trying desperately to defend. Let's see if they can make it happen here. We've got Azuri sitting there and is going to be retreating as they see the advancing army from BBC. Too many numbers to deal with, and definitely not a team that you want to mess around with. CE Sports forgot their work picked out for them at the moment. You can see they have decided to hit the deck. Wizard is going to be scouting the surrounding area, making sure that nobody is going to flank them as they try and make their advancement up. I'm not too sure if they want to take this fight with BBC, really. I think they probably want to delay this one as much as possible. They know it's a downward fight. If they start trying to fight these guys now, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult time. Although the third body shots coming in from the other team might assist a little bit. BBC, of course, 4 players strong. They do have the advantage over CE Sports at the moment. In the kill feed, Natural Kills getting wiped out there. A very unfortunate situation there. Natural Kill has been quite a stop-start team all season long. Certainly hoping to see a little bit more from them. But yeah, as I said, you know, they really have been just kind of stop and go. And yeah, I mean, not really too much to say about that. They are teetering on the edge of elimination, so they have to be very careful about how they proceed forward. Not having a really good game one, but we still have some games to come after this. At least there's more potential. But for now, we'll take a look and see which teams are going to be moving forward here in game number 1. Good spread out from a lot of the teams. Aphelion Apex there with Fear in the west, and some potential fights to happen there as that blue zone is closing in as well.
Yeah, Potato Hill is always going to be quite a bit of a fight. We see usually a lot of teams, you know, just having a bit of a tussle, a bit of a back and forth up on the hill, looking to see if they can find any potential players. But Center Zone also now quieting down a little bit while the fight continues over towards Potato Hill. We can see Fear. You got Swags, Chris, and Hulk now just fairly spread out with Aphelion Apex holding up in between them. But this is now where the game is in the hand of Fear. If they are able to potentially play this one, just move up and try and separate Aphelion Apex, they could look to get that squad wipe rather on towards them. But Chris, you can see he's just frantically searching for that angle. Kage holding a beautiful frontline position, and now they're going to start moving up as a unit, and that is what's really working in favor here of Aphelion Apex. They use that element of surprise. They were able to utilize these ridge lines before starting their assault, but the Hulk now coming around, rotating along that edge, could definitely bring quite a bit of a disruption, but fortunately Apex is able to spot him, and with that, just look to deal with the threat coming in here from Fear.
Yeah, they actually played this one really, really well. King now under fire, and his position is known as well. The thirst is coming through for Aphelion Apex, and they have played this fight to the T. I mean, you can just see that fancy footwork that they were employing there, dancing almost in a line, you know, doing a little bit of line dancing there, just back and forth over the crest of that hill, and they were just matrixing past the bullets from Fear. And now Fear, of course, on the back foot as the rest of them are getting wiped out one by one. Aphelion Apex absolutely pinpoint accurate there, just picking them off, taking them down. A very well played fight from Aphelion Apex. 11 teams now remaining as BBC is getting eliminated by C Esports. C Esports, they've been biding their time. The last we saw of them, they were just waiting for the moment to strike, and it seems that they have chosen to do so now and successfully eliminated 2 at least of BBC's players there. Pablo moving up is able to collect on a kill there. Wizards in, of course, being now left alone to try and defend against Pablo as he moves on up. BBC do decide to make that rotate ASAP, which is a good choice considering that blue zone is hot on the trail. Nico going to get taken down in the meantime as BBC look to assert themselves here on the field, moving into that zone, and Wizards, and he just rides straight into Doomsday in the hands of Zero Tolerance, who has that entire quadrant on lock there up in the northeast. In the top right at the north there, we've got the Rila insiders who are still in this fight and taking it against Zero Tolerance skills. Aphelion Apex still got control of what left of Potato Hill there, and the rest of the team scrabbling around down in the rest of the regions to try and secure themselves a spot. We've got our top 9 teams at the moment, so we've already surpassed our top 10. 21 players left alive, and we are moving in towards zone number 6 to decide who are the top 3 teams for game number 1 and who's going to be taking that chicken dinner away here on Erangle.
And this is where things get quite interesting, seeing that we're in such a mountainous section of the match, of the map rather. The teams really need to utilize those angles. As we can see, those shots now coming through from Team Unique. Just you know, Gage just looking to establish a little bit of a position. He is, of course, going to be the last remaining hopeful for his team, so he needs to be pretty cautious as to how he's looking to play this one. Meanwhile, we'll see the players looking to push further up into a zone as Sevenson's Arts of Killing take their advances. Aphelion Apex still holding up on their high ground play there. But if we look all the way on to the opposite end, Zero Tolerance skill actually in quite an interesting position. With that, of course, we see the rush come through now from Caveira, taking it down, the last remaining player there. And yeah, 6 teams now remain. BBC still having a bit of a position over on towards this eastern side, but Rila Insider, they are still up in the north, a little bit delayed with that rotation, trying to get ahead of the blue. They still, however, have a 3-man squad in, and with that, they can still do quite a bit of damage to the remaining teams.
Yeah, they certainly could. You can see those nades are definitely being prepped there. The Rila Insiders seeing if they can slam dunk any unwary travelers on the other side of that mountain there. They are trying to move up towards Aphelion Apex as well as Zero Tolerance, who they are now currently taking a fight there. Trip putting a few shots across in their direction, popping that smoke to make sure he could stay alive a little bit longer, maybe obscure his particular position. But Rao taking a lot of damage, getting downed he is not in a good spot, and I don't think they can actually get him. Nope. There's the Thirst taking him straight down. Trip and Zeke, now the last two Insiders players fighting to keep this team alive and maybe get themselves a few more points here. We are in our top of 5 teams at the moment. Zero Tolerance with a considerable presence on the map right now. We've got the Rila Insiders with 2 players there. 7 AOK still alive. We've got Kavira and teammate on the one side. Manfilas all the way on the other, and BBC getting eliminated there. Kavira just putting those shots in, reducing us to 4 teams now, of course. Vortex just going to be chilling, waiting for Aphelion Apex to potentially push over the crest of that hill and maybe make it a little bit easier to shoot them down. Let's have a look and see who is going to be the team. Is it going to be Aphelion Apex? Is it going to be 7 AOK, Zero Tolerance Skills, all the Rilla Insiders? Any one of these teams right now are very capable, but Aphelion Apex, they are going to be very, very happy with putting some points on the board right now because they need as many as they can get to try and move away from relegation.
Yeah, a really good performance coming in from them here, making it all the way up in towards that top 4 rather. I almost said top 4th place, but yeah, it is going to be the top 4. But Seven Sins also just stepping up their performance. So good to see 2 of the teams sitting a little bit further down the leaderboard, really stepping it up, looking to push in and grab as many of those points as they possibly can. But this is where the position is going to be forced a slight tad bit. Seven Sins find themselves all the way down in towards the south with Rila Insider as well as the players up in the north there. We can see Zero Tolerance Skill. Now, this looks to be a bit of a strange position for Zero Tolerance. They are on the low ground. It does make it so much easier for the opposing teams to really find those angles towards them. As you can see already, the shots finding their way straight up in towards them. And now, Seven Sins are actually starting to advance from the south, looking to regain a decent position. Fortunately for them, they do have quite a few trees to try and utilize, but Vortex is going to be swinging and not letting them get into zone that easily.
Yeah, it is a tough situation that they find themselves in here. And of course, with the space running out, these teams are trying to delay things as much as possible, give themselves time to think. But it's Aphelion Apex Sicko who's going to find Hate, a good find there to make things a little bit easier. In fact, he's going to get into a vehicle and just try and make this assault immediately. Vortex now trying to push off the rest of Cold's assault on the top of that mountain there. Sicko has been pinned right in the middle of this map, but maybe it'll be a worth it maneuver if he can potentially pick off some shots. So Cold is still assisting. Sicko does go down. That's a bit of a problem. Cold is now very much burdened with that pressure of trying to get some movements going. They're going to have to try and wipe out the rest of 7 AOK, push down the heel and see if they can maybe find the Thirst. No, he will not be able to get the heals up. The Thirst does come through, and they leave us with our top 3 teams. Zero Tolerance, Rilla Insiders, and of course 7 AOK, who are now currently getting hammered all the way down to 1 player. Now it's going to be Zero Tolerance up against Rilla Insiders. It's a 2v4, and well, it's not going to be too good for 7 AOK if Zero Tolerance is going to win this one. So hopefully Manfilas is going to put some third parties in, because Rilla Insiders are slowly losing grip on this game, on this match, as things are moving closer and closer to the end game. It's just slipping further and further out of their grip. The bandages will be applied, and the res has to come through ASAP for this team, because Rilla Insiders are just so close together. One single nade will be enough to slam dunk them right into that lobby, which is not what they're going to want at this point in time. Manfilas has to pick his moment, and he has to do it as quickly as possible, because otherwise things are just going to turn against him way too fast. Vortex still keeping an eye on that back line, waiting to see when he's going to peek out and try his luck. Slowly pushing forward. Manfilas does find the shots. That's a good find. That's going to reduce the numbers. That's 1 less to worry about. Now the damage is coming through. Zeke is going to find. The Rilla Insiders are doing a lot of damage here. They are managing this situation really, really well. They are putting the damage through into Zero Tolerance and making this less and less likely by the second. Zero Tolerance has got to do something about it. Zeke now pushing forward. Zeke can get a little bit more aggressive. Trip trying to assist him from the side. Zeke does get taken down as Skidu does find those shots, but is it going to be enough right now, especially with Manfilas on the back line, and the slowly pushing zone might just make this a bit of a problem. Zero Tolerance, they have to clean this up. They have to clean this up right now. The shots do go through. Skidu gets taken down. A Trip is very low on HP. but a few couple shots, a stray few shots from Manfilas might just be enough to no, not assist. He's just gonna go down, and now it's on to Manfilas. It's a 1v3. It's a sad time for Manfilas. What's he gonna do in this situation? He's gonna have to pull some tricks out of his sleeve. He's gonna have to have an infinity mag of bullets right now to try and just spray and pray.
I gotta be honest, I'm not feeling too sad for Manfilas, right? Looking at the amount of kills he's been able to acquire, he is already sitting on 9, right? That is 1 less than the entirety of Zero Tolerance. The full team of Zero Tolerance only having 1 more kill than he himself was able to acquire within this match. And with that, he now just evens it out. 1 player up against the 2 remaining hopefuls there coming in from the side of Zero Tolerance skill. And what an absolutely amazing performance this has been from Seven Sins. They've just stepped it up to the next level. I mean, Rila Insiders, they got sent back in 3rd place with not a single kill to speak of. So this is just next level play, next level performance coming through. And I'm pretty excited to see what the rest of the weekend will have in store for us. But now it is time for that final play as the closing shots find their way in. Zero Tolerance taking the victory, but an absolutely amazing performance coming in from Seven Sins, particularly Manfilas.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those numbers right there. Zero Tolerance, of course, coming in with some very nice kills and, of course, the chicken dinner there. They're sitting sort of midway up the lobby, so or up the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard, should I say. So not too bad performance from them. Very, very nice to see them continuing to move up and up. But as you mentioned, 7AOK, I mean, this is a team that made a fantastic debut in the beginning of this season. They were looking like one of the main competitors for, you know, those top teams that we were looking at and seeing, you know, is this team going to be able to be a top 3 finisher for the season? And we were kind of thinking, yeah, these guys could definitely be in contention to do that. And then round 2 just wasn't going their way. The beginning of round 2, and it was just not going the way of 7AOK at all. They were faltering. They weren't able to find their way in, not able to get a foot in the door. And we were starting to question, you know, is this team actually going to be able to make things happen? Is this team, you know, were we mistaken about maybe making those predictions? Were we too early? I mean, right now they are, you know, down towards that relegation zone. So putting on a show like that is exactly what they need to do. And that's the 7AOK that we saw in the beginning of this season. And that's the 7AOK that we need to keep seeing for the rest of this round. Otherwise, they might just find themselves getting kicked out.
I mean, 7AOK picking up 16 kills and, of course, the 2nd place. I mean, that's 10 points as well. I'm not going to do math. No, I'm not going to do math. But that's a lot of kills to be picking up in one single match. I can't remember the last time I've seen one single player pick up double-digit kills. That's no small feat. And we've said it before, you know, this is a very competitive season, but we've also seen this season a lot of solo clutches. We've seen a lot of individual players really come out of the woodworks with some phenomenal performances. And Manfilas, I don't know what we had for breakfast today. Did we have some pre-workout before this game? Like, how did that? Okay, it's fine. That was insane. DK, please. Take the spotlight from me, please. I can't keep talking. What happened?
I gotta give a big GG to Manfilas, right? When we saw him playing in PMCO Africa, there was a few interesting plays, and we actually called one particular maneuver after Manfilas, where you are lighting up yourself with your very own molly or your teammates. So that is quite a bit of a change. If we look back to that previous performance we had going in from PMCO Africa, now up in towards Umzansi Season 4, beautiful play. I mean, this is, like Patchy, like you pointed out there, this is the 7 Sins that we want to see. We want to see more of this, and we not only want to see Manfilas perform this way, we want to see the rest of the team step up and, you know, kind of just meet him with that performance.
I mean, if they do, can you imagine how many points they're going to be picking up in one single night? Then absolutely, that's going to be more than enough to catapult them into some safety. That's obviously what everyone's hoping they're going to be able to do. As you mentioned, you know, one more weekend of opportunities that these teams have left to get themselves into safety to move on to the finals of Season 4, which is no small feat based on how these teams have been forming. Not just 7 Sins AOK. You know, they're not the first team to be pulling rabbits out of the hats and picking up some phenomenal feats. We've had a lot of teams put in some very big numbers this season. So, Patchy, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put some heat under your chair. Do you think 7 AOK can pick themselves into safety, can push themselves into safety in this weekend.
Yes.
You wanna elaborate more on that?
I think so. I think they definitely have. I mean, after a performance like that with Manfilas on the team, if he's gonna show up to that capacity, I think the team is very capable of doing exactly that. I think they can definitely move themselves out of relegation, no problem. I think especially compared to some of the teams that they're currently sitting sort of in the standings with, around their sort of spot in relegation, I definitely think they're more than capable of being the top team out of that group. And then, of course, a couple of teams above them, I think they also have the potential of outperforming without a problem. And if they're going to give us a performance like that and sort of replicate what we were seeing from them in the beginning of the season, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, quite confident answer. And I mean, based on the performance we've just seen, I don't think I can doubt you at all. I can't make up anything at this point in time. So there's a few teams as well that were sitting very close to that point. Of course, as teams move up from relegation, there's a few teams that can get knocked down. Unfortunately, it's just how it goes. Now, all the teams, they have 2 chances this weekend. Each group will be playing at least twice, with the different groups. So they have equal opportunities this weekend. DK, from your side, is there any teams that are currently in that top 16 that you think are in some big trouble this weekend?
Well, currently in top 16, I definitely say G3 Temper. It's a team that, like I pointed out in the beginning, it's a team that we don't usually see sitting in that kind of position on the leaderboard. And if they do not step up with their gameplay, it is going to be a really sad one to see them not making it through up into those final plays. And we know that in this particular match, they got taken out in 16th place, or the 14th place rather. So not quite sure really what is going on, whether they're trying to work on a few things along the way, but we'll definitely have to see the team step it up. But, speaking about teams stepping it up, Zero Tolerance Skill and Seven Sins, they've just been playing an insane game today.
Ooh, yeah. You can say that again. I mean, with the sheer amount of kills that they picked up, they went past a winner chicken dinners. They went past Zero Tolerance Skills. They're on the top of the standings for the first game of the day with 28 points, and Zero Tolerance sitting with 26. And in third place, you've got Aphelion Epic. So a few of the other teams, picking up a few points here and there. Not some massive ones, because we actually have a top-heavy standings this time around, because I think we just had some very shellfish teams at the top there. Picking up these double-digit kills. How dare they? Patchy, what was your thoughts on the standings? What are you looking at this? How do you think the rest of the games are going to be going?
Well, look, I think I have to sort of echo what DK was saying just now, in that, I think a performance like this out of a team like G3 is not what we expect. And at this point in time, as the time starts running out, we do expect them to step up, and we need to see that. Otherwise, they are definitely in a lot of danger. The same can be said for a couple of these teams. They really just not in the position to sit around and do nothing. They're not in the state where they can be like, oh, let's have fun, or let's try a new strat. And, G3, they're a South African team, and I don't want to say that this is exactly what's happening. We can only speculate. But one of the things that happens a lot of the time with South African teams is sometimes they like to withhold strats so that people don't know what strats they're going to pull off and use. This happens in all, basically every scene of South African esports ever. Teams are just like, yeah, you know what, we're not going to show them our strategies. And then they don't use the strategies in competitive games, and then they suffer because of it. And we all just kind of sit back and go, what is happening? And what's happening to this team? Usually they're so good, and now they're not doing anything. And it's like, why is this happening? So, I'm not saying that that's the case here, but what I am saying is that whatever is happening in the background needs to get that switch just flicked. And of course, it has to be the MVP going to Manfilas for 10 kills, 1,118 points of damage coming out of this man right there. 27 minutes of survival time, 41 seconds out of there. 7 AOK, a very good performance there in that game. And as I mentioned, I definitely have a lot of hope and confidence in this team for the rest of this round and in the season.
We're gonna have to wait and see. But again, I agree with you. MVP going to Manfilas. I mean, picking up 10 double-digit kills in general is no easy feat. And to do that at this level of competition, again, Big shout out to Manfielus. You did some crazy work there. Moving on, we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, of course, we've got some Sanhok action waiting for you, and we're going to see if these teams are going to continue their reign of terror, or if we might see some different teams picking up the points and climbing up that leaderboard. You'll have to wait after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League. Hope you took your time to get some popcorn, maybe a drink or two, because the action is just starting. We just finished off Erangel, the first map of 3 tonight for the PUBG Mobile segment. And of course, you know, it's not Umzansi if there's not some craziness happening or some individual player picking up 10 or so kills. DK, if you would please take us through a short summary of what we witnessed.
Seven Sins played a boss game. There we go. Thank you so much.
I thank you for
That's
the
a
short
synopsis right
summary.
Yeah,
Can I ask for a medium length summary now?
Oh yeah. Okay. So Seven Sins, they played a really good game. Is that better? No, I'm joking. Yeah. As we can see, 16 kills on board for Seven Sins Arts of killing 10 of those coming from Man Villas and just stepping it up to the next level. But strangely enough, we see the players there from Rila Insider, as I pointed out in game. They finished up in 3rd place, but they were unable to find any kills. Now that does hurt the overall statistics. Their kind of balance to kill ratio, placement points, it does hurt that quite somewhat. But what hurts even more is seeing a Rainbow Six Madagascar, G3 Temper, and Lag Esports sitting in the bubble right there at the bottom, not acquiring any particular points in the entirety of this match. So hopefully we'll see improvement of that come through as we move into our 2 remaining matches. But that is a little bit alarming, and I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you're you're making an understatement. We were talking a little bit about it off camera, obviously looking at the overall standings, because you know, if you're sitting on the streams, you get a little preview. So I'm not going to spoil it for you just yet. But basically, what we were looking at is the teams that, you know, are sitting close to relegation basically got knocked into relegation because of one team picking up 28 points. One single game making that big of a difference. And again, like we said, every single team is going to be playing at least 2 of the days this weekend. So they have ample opportunity to pick those points back up. Of course, they've got the opportunities, but that's a big game. That is a lot of points to pick up in one single game. Patchy, from your side, do you think any other teams, you know, they're sitting and waiting to do the exact same thing?
I hope there are some teams that are sitting. I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but I mean, let's just say that if you out here are going to be getting yourself relegated when you should be in top 5, then maybe you should get relegated. Maybe you deserve to be relegated. Who knows? At this point, you know, that relegation fire is burning underneath these teams. It's getting very hot, and the more games we play, the more days we go through. You know, that fire gets hotter and hotter. And I'm hoping that fire underneath them in that frying pan just makes them jump a little bit and get stuff going. You know, get them moving. You know, say, it's time to perform. Here we go. Get some kills, get some points, get out there. You don't want to be in this relegation zone when it closes because you're about to be gone. And that is not where you want to be. I mean, you have fought very hard to get to this stage. You know, round 2, it's not easy, but you need to get through. You got to give yourself a shot. You know, one more time is all that it takes. And I mean, in 7AOK, they showed us that one good game and one man picking up double-digit kills can certainly boost you right out of that relegation. So it's doable.
It's doable. I mean, leave it to Patchy to give me a very cryptic summary of what we've seen and what we are expecting to see, but I agree. There's teams there that are sitting and still holding on to some sort of strategy, holding on to something, you know, not showing us their full potential in fear that, you know, well, someone's going to see my strats and figure me out. That's exactly how you get better at the game. So please, bring it all for these games, bring it all for this weekend. Otherwise, we might not see you next weekend. And that would be very sad. So please, I'm ready for the teams to show it all tonight. This is Umzansi Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And of course, we've got these amazing casters. We like to call them Patchy, we like to call them DK, and they are absolutely crazy at what they do. So I'm going to hand it over to them. They're going to take you through this beautiful, beautiful map that we like to call Sanhok. Guys, please do what you do.
Thank you so much, S-Proxy. Audience, viewers, take my hand. Let me lead you through a wonderful place called Sanhok. We'll look at the sights together. We'll see the ancient ruins and the cool jungles, and we'll take a hike over the hilltops, and we will also destroy our enemies with unlimited amounts of 9mm and 7.62 ammunition loaded into our AK-47s. Hopefully, that's what these guys are about to do, because heading into map 2, these teams have a lot of work to do. A lot of, well, some specific teams have more work to do than others, but certainly all of the teams want to put as much work on the board as possible, get themselves as far away from relegation as they can. Of course, as we've just mentioned, every game we play, we get closer and closer to the end of round 2. And of course, after this week, those precious few games will be very, very preciously even fewer and more precious. So let's get into game number 2 and see what these teams can do here. I mean, we have some traditional winners on this map, teams that are very capable here, but are they going to be able to pull out some of the performance, or is it really just going to be up in the air and 7AOK going to drop a 10 bomb a game? Man, Fearless picking up something like that. Is that what we're going to see, or are we going to see some teams actually getting some stuff done here?
Well, at the end of the day, we're going to have to wait, Batchy. We don't know just yet. We can just hope and speculate and, ask for some unique things to come through. But whether or not that's going to be the case, well, unfortunately, I left my my futures, my what's it called, future sight goggles. I left them somewhere else. I can't remember where.
That's too bad.
So I can't really tell you much of that. But what I can tell you, though, is that we've got a very decent start to this match with that zone sitting very centralized over on towards Sanhok. We do see a little bit of hard dropping coming in as well. The players there from Unique and Young Thunder find themselves in a bit of a position over towards that western side. But the rest of the zone seems more fairly standard. It's your normal run-of-the-mill positioning, normal run-of-the-mill dropping. We've got AOK and G3 now side by side, just north there of the boot camp. So that could be a little bit of a rough start for either of these opposing teams. But we're also now going to be looking straight on towards Young Thunder and the players from Unique, as they now have their own swing at the start of the game.
Yeah, getting into the action nice and early as it is with Sanhok at the close quarters map, and we do expect things to get tight very, very quickly. These teams have decided to get up in one another's business off the bat, so yeah, they're going to be taking that fight already. Ungodly going to be trying to get himself back up that HP. You can see the resources at one's disposal at this stage of the game are not that many, so they do have to be quite careful here. Azuri and Sorry actually got a very nice pincer onto some of these players here. Ungodly in a very difficult spot. Might just get taken out here depending on how he can handle these pushes from either side. This team's got to come in with that assist, and there is a teammate moving in from behind to try and stop any potential immediate thirst from coming through. At least that's happening, but the damage coming through from the back line is going to be a huge problem here. Sorry, trying to stop any of that from happening. A few bullets in the side is going to dissuade him, though. And up comes Azuri Cage, though, coming to try and take Ungodly out. They have to pull the trigger very quickly, though. Ungodly gets taken down. Now it's up to the rest of the team to try and assist, and it's just not in time. They're not going to make it happen. Young Thunder just falling completely flat on the defense here.
Yeah, that was a really good push coming in from the side of Unique, just utilizing the aggression, making sure that they're able to cover as much of these angles. And now, Young Thunder's fate is rising on the performance. We could now potentially see coming in from Snake Eyes, but it does seem like Snake Eyes is looking to put as much distance between himself and the players coming in from Team Unique, as we can see Snake Eyes making a run for the hills, heading up in towards the mountains. And that's maybe not a bad call to be making. Right? Maybe Snake Eyes should have done that just a little bit sooner. The reason why I say that is advancing a little bit further up does provide him with a good amount of overwatch. So he could actually have put a bit of a halt to the advances of Unique in pursuit of him.
Yeah, I mean, they say the saying goes, run for the hills. So I guess that's what you got to do. You got to turn to the hills and run for him and see if you can get there in time. With the rest of his team getting taken out, it's certainly all he's got left at this stage. Of course, Superior getting taken down, the rest of the thirsts coming through. As we take a glance at that map, we'll have a look and see some of those teams meandering around. We've got Aphelion Apex, who've decided that spreading themselves very much thin over the entirety of that southwestern area is the way to go. So you can see Camp Charlie is occupied by Sicko at the moment. Sami has got one of the Aphelion Apex players in it. We've got Kage just off to the east of Tambang, and then we've got a player in Tabang as well. So yeah, they've just decided they're going to loot as much area as possible. They're not at all worried about any potential threats in the area, and I guess it's justified considering there is no one in that general area. Most of the players seeming to concentrate themselves in the area between Bootcamp and Quarry. They're all just sort of concentrating them in that particular area, so that's going to be a bit of a hot spot. We've got G3 moving down from the northeast there. We've got Rain and BBC in the same spot. Inside is moving up from the south of that location, and then all the way up in the north of the zone, we have two teams getting nice and close as well. So there's a lot of potential for fights to happen, and I do expect that those are going to be breaking out pretty soon, especially once this particular phase is over. You can see that blue zone starting to creep on in, and I think once it's done, things start to move very, very quickly on this map.
Yeah, one thing I'm particularly interested in seeing is what natural killers are going to be doing with their position. They've got smack dab center zone. They have quite a bit of high ground there, so they are able to see a really great distance around them. As you can see, the rest of the teams here, BBC and Rain from Hell, positioned much closer towards Bun, but that position in which we see the natural killers just north of Quarry, it's actually on the top of the screen, just above G3 there. That is a really good position to be in, particularly looking at where the zone is. But now my question is will they be able to defend that? Are they going to spread themselves out, trying to have as much of those possible angles covered? Because there's one thing having a good position, but it's another thing being able to hold on to that exact same position.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is a true test of skill out here to see if you can hang on to that position. On our screen here, we've got Skull. He's just keeping an eye on for luck all the way on the other side there in the tower. Making sure that he just keeps a weather eye out, making sure they're not advancing or trying to attack for the time being. Rain from Hell just continuing their occupation of the top of this hillside there. Luck is also scanning the area to make sure that he's got a tab on Rain from Hell. So a little bit of information gathering going back and forth here. The teams do not want to go too far, and I think that's probably a good decision for the most part. Even though I am very much an advocate for getting aggressive, it seems that the teams are choosing to rather play the safer game. Give themselves, time. If you don't have to get overly aggressive, then, if there's no one in the surrounding area, you don't have to go looking for trouble, So I guess that's what the teams have decided to do. They keep themselves alive for the time being. A few shots coming through towards Rain from Hell as they do turn their attention towards some of these teams that are slowly moving in. So you can see that at least somebody has decided to, get up and personal. We've got Mercury up here on the rock and the rest of INF slowly crawling up this hill in towards Rain from Hell. With the potential third party from BBC, this might just be the assault that makes it work. Neon getting taken down there, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Those third parties making it so much easier for INF to pull the trigger here. Hainsley, he knows what's going on. Nico pulling up also straight into this compound they go to try and pick up the rest of the pieces that BBC has left for them. Easy pickings. Hainsley going to get taken down in the meantime. They're Rain from Hell. They're saying, no, thank you, sir. You're not going to get taking this position from us just yet. It's not going to be that easy. You're going to have to work for this. Nico and Sully now have to be on the swivel here to try and pick off these Rain from Hell players as they get Neon rezzed back up and into this fight.
Yeah, but this is going to be a pretty tough call for both the side of Influence as well as the players looking to defend the compound. They Rain from Hell. They have not only BBC on the opposing side over on the opposite end of the valley, but they've got so many other teams in pretty close proximity. This is what's so interesting about Sanhok is if you make a lot of noise, a lot of people are going to hear you and they're going to come to see if they can get a piece of that pie. But this is a position in which the players here from Influence Rage now need to try and utilize the angles, utilize those positions they've got, get the cover, get close enough, and then strike down in towards Rain from Hell. But so far, a good utilization of the compound coming in from Rain from Hell. They do have a really decent spread there. As you can see, a lot of these angles being covered. So they are aware of the potential threat of the team there moving in towards them. But, of course, Mercury is going to be sending up a beautiful grenade, finding the first knock on towards Jin. Now the pressure's on to Neon, Argus, and Skulls to try and hold on with a beautiful rush coming through. Now Mercury looking to get it done, but Fortunately for INF, we see the rest of the team now moving up alongside him. So good show of aggression as they move in to try and clear out the entirety of the compound. With that, Skulls does get spotted and taken out. And beautiful execution of the strat there coming in from Influence Rage.
Yeah, what a nice performance from Influence. I mean, that was just a really well won fight. They didn't do, they didn't do something excessively complicated. They just won their battles. They knew exactly what they were taking, and they won them out, and really just one upped that team there. So that was impressive to say the least. They just walked in and got those. They knew exactly when to pick the moment, pick the fight, and they did exactly what they needed to do, even after having lost Hainsley, which is a pretty big loss considering he is a very strong arm for the team. So that is still an impressive performance despite having that heavy loss. Now they've got 3 of their players hold up in this compound with lag moving in from the side. So they do have a little bit of a problem to deal with. I'm not sure if BBC is still on the back line, so they might not have to worry about those third parties, but still, lag, not a team to trifle with.
Yeah, so this is now Lag taking a swing at the exact strategy we saw come now from Influence Rage. But G3 also holding that position behind them. BBC also not moving up too much, waiting to see where the zone is going to be moving next, as we do have that blue zone starting to close in up. But with that, the shots come through. Sudi does get picked right on up, and now down goes Mercury as we see the advance coming in from Lag Esports. 1-9, not wasting a single moment, but up comes the aggression. They move up as a unit. They've got their focus absolutely dialed in, and Nico is now forced to quickly and hastily reposition if he is looking to survive any longer. Not quite sure where he's going to be going. There's not going to be a lot of options, and with that, Lag Esports are getting ever closer to him out in the field.
Yeah, they are indeed creeping a closer and a closer there. They've taken up that compound, and they are here to stay for the time being. Nico all the way on the back here behind this rock, trying to stay alive. The Molotov's getting tossed in his direction, and the rest of Lag swarming in to pick him up. He's trying to get the damage done, and he's doing a considerable amount, but taking a lot in return as well. Definitely a very tough spot to be in. The first aid kit comes out as well. The res coming through for Lag. They're not going to let any of their players drop. They know if they don't get those reses in, they might just get picked off one by one and let things get out of hand. So they do their due diligence here, make sure that they do not get picked off one-on-one. Esports under assault here as well. Risks getting taken out there in the kill feed. Azuri going to fall to his demise, and Lag going to just be biding their time, making sure the HPs are back up where they should be before they continue their assault on Nico. Fantasy and one up here, one taking a lot of damage, but Nico, he's just been cornered. Too many angles to watch, and well, you can't look in two separate places at the same time there. So he gets pinned and taken down. A nice push coming out from Lag. The zone is about to close through as well, so just in the nick of time here to see where we are going to be heading to next, whether the zones are going to go north or south. In fact, it is going to go slightly towards the northeast, and a lot of teams are going to start rotating through, but I see G3 in the middle of the zone, which is the pole position where they like to be. Maybe this is the game where they can bring some points into that much-needed space next to their name.
Well, it could be, but it's going to be all down to how they handle the current position they're in. Because looking at where they are, that is also a low ground kind of angle they have moved into. We don't really see them occupying too many of the compounds in the area, really, but maybe they're looking to play it out in the open. As we can see now, Sidemen also starting up with a bit of rotation. Natural Killers getting it ready to advance even further forward. BBC holding strong. They haven't budged, but we do have that threat coming in from the Rila Insiders as they now too start to advance from the south, heading further up north. But we still have a lot of teams positioned over on towards that western and southwestern side, looking to find a good position coming in. And with Quarry being in that southern edge, it is going to be a really difficult decision to make as to which way they're going to look to rotate in, because the north is open for the taking. So that would be a good call to make.
Yeah, it could certainly be. There is potential to move into that particular position. You can see the south getting quite crowded already. BBC there with the Natural Killers and G3 right on your screen. You can see BBC and the Natural Killers, well, right across the road from one another. BBC with a slightly elevated position. Natural Killers also a little bit of elevation, but not as much. They could potentially throw some shots back and forth. The Rila Insiders just up ahead on that hill to the side also have the potential to do a bit of damage. Natural Killers have decided to cross that road and make a 2-2 spread. They're in the compounds, which could be a strong position to hold depending on how the attacks come. But yeah, right now it still seems like none of these teams really want to hard commit to any fights like we were seeing from the likes of Lag and other teams earlier in those other positions. This time we're just going to bide our time a little bit slowly, again trying to slow the game down just a bit and see if we can spot any of those weak points in any of the teams in the immediate area. You see some clustering going on just in towards the middle there around G3. You can see the Sidemen and Lag has moved into that location. So they're getting ready for the fights, but they don't see any reason to move in just yet. I'm assuming we're going to see most of the fighting happening from the teams that are rotating across the line. Young Thunder in the kill feed there just a little bit. We have the Sidemen just moving around the top of this hill. Snake Eyes getting taken down there by Swags. So there are some fights happening, a few rotations coming through across that line. But other than that, team's quite happy to just stay in their strongholds for the time being.
Yeah, and they are going to be pressurized as, Sidemen, they've taken some good amount of initiative just trying to position a little bit further up towards the north. But Lag also just holding on, not pushing in too aggressively, just riding it out, trying to see where that zone is going to be going. And we see the players there from the Natural Killers actually up towards those compounds. I'm not quite sure if I'm too happy with that position for the time being, as we'll have to wait for that zone to move up once again. We've got about 50 seconds or so remaining on the clock, but down below, we do have the players here now getting knocked on down, that being a zero tolerance skills. Now they stepped up so phenomenally in the first match. We get to see whether or not we'll have a continuation of that. We also now see in the kill feed, the G3 is starting to take a few swings there at the players from Sidemen. So we were kind of expecting to see this fight break out, but now Buren and the rest of G3 still in a potential position where they can make a stand, find those kills, find those confirms while holding on towards this western side of the zone.
Yeah, the potential is certainly there, and G3 have to be careful. Flacco has been pushed by a Sleepy, but luckily G3's defense is very, very clean still, regardless of their current position on that overall leaderboard. You know this team can certainly make it happen, which is why we've been waiting for them to do it, and it seems they will continue their defense here quite successfully. Sleepy is going to get taken down here, no problem. First comes through. G3 still fully strong with all 4 players on the board for themselves. They're about to make it into top 10. Mister from 7AOK going to be zooming past as he tries to get into that zone and give himself a spot. BBC getting attacked there with the Natural Killers moving up, but they just get instantly wiped out, and the Natural Killers say goodbye once again, just not finding the success that they're looking for. My heart really goes out to them because they're looking for it, and they just can't seem to find it match after match. In any case, the Rila Insiders is in that position as well, looking for something in towards BBC, although BBC has proven to be quite capable time and again, and now the third-party shots coming in. Trip gets taken down, Aphelion Apex rolling past. Things are starting to heat up as we are in our top 10 teams at the moment. 32 players left here to fight it out for that win.
Yep, and the pressure is going to be on. I mean, Rila Insider down to only 2. As you pointed out, is going to be our final 10 teams. But that zone is also starting to make its way forward. And I think the teams that find themselves a little bit further up towards the north are going to be having it a little bit easier, as we do have quite a bit of congestion down into the south. The Rila Insider not coming under fire. They need to be very watchful as to how they play this one. Zero tolerance also looking to make a bit of a play. And up north, we see Aphelion Apex holding on to that hilltop, but the fights, the shots are going to be flying in towards Rila Insiders. We can see Trip now getting picked up, and this is a really compromising position because we got Aphelion Apex as well as Zero Tolerance holding on towards that eastern side, and up comes the pressure now from the south, from the east, the west rather. Wow, up everywhere. Oh man, Yes.
Really, Inside is in such a horrible position here. They're just going to get rolled straight over, pun intended. A Zero Tolerance move in and take him down. BBC have to defend the push as well, but at least they're inside the zone. Zero Tolerance quite happy with that win. And for the time being, J Roller going to get taken down there as the shots come through from Dead. And things have certainly heated up for this team. Zero Tolerance just barely on that line, and they know they have to get a little bit further, a little bit closer to BBC. G3 taking up residence in the compound all the way on the other side of that. They're quite happy with being alive for now. Mista has found himself a little spot to hide away and solo camp it out to try and get some points for his team, which is the solo strat that you've got to employ at this stage of the game. Zero Tolerance here up the side of the hill with very little cover to work with. They have to be super careful here against BBC, who have the defensive advantage and certainly have proven time and time again, especially in this season, that they are a very, very strong defense team. Especially if they have a compound that they're familiar with or actually good at. And we've seen them a couple of times where they've got a really good defense going and they can just employ it very, very well. So all of these teams have to be careful unless they have to try and push BBC. So for now, the zone is going to be closing in a bit by bit. BBC going to maintain control of their compound. Some shots going to come through from Aphelion Apex in between them and Lag is going to get taken down. There's 7 teams remaining. Cache trying to move in, but Unique not going to make it further than that. 6 teams now remaining here, and you could see most of them actually have a considerable number of players in their roster now still alive.
Yeah, and this is definitely a match in which we see the players there from G3 trying to make quite a bit of a comeback, looking to improve on the performance they had coming from that first match in which they found not a single point. Already sitting on 8 kills so far for this game, so a good improvement. This is what we call a comeback. But as we move back in towards the zone itself, we can see BBC holding strong with their full squad positioned over on towards that western side, with a little bit of a potential threat sitting over onto the east. But I think at this point, this is where BBC is going to be turning their attention to the north, trying to stop those teams, looking to rotate in back in towards the safety of the zone itself. But the pressure is going to be on as we have Zero Tolerance right there alongside them. Aphelion Apex, the players there from Seven Sins, as well as G3 now have quite a bit of ground to try and cover. We see Buren getting picked up as BBC just utilizes their position. Gunner and the rest of the team now from G3 going to have quite a challenge up ahead as BBC, I mean, this is where the position is so beautiful and in their favor.
Yeah, they're just able to sit there and utilize their position very well. They don't have to move at all. G3, unfortunately, caught out in the zone shift, have to make that very deadly rotate out in the open, and they lost a couple of players because of it. And now they're trying to recuperate themselves just a little bit. They're in a very, very tough situation here. They've picked up a considerable number of kills for themselves, but they're looking to bolster those numbers with some position points, and they absolutely have to look for it right now because nothing else is going to save them from that relegation at this stage of the game. For those of you who are paying attention to the break stats, you would have seen that they have dropped down into that position. So they are very much down on the wire at the moment, and they have just been riddled with bullets trying to push in a valiant effort in an attempt to make it inside safety. They just can't do it. There's too many guns pointed in their direction. Kage, Aphelion Apex, is out here on the one side, but very much stranded and alone from the rest of the team, getting himself back up to full health. But man, it's not going to be easy. Cold doing the long game. They're trying to heal out in the zone. Obviously, not really going to be able to make the read dash back in, so he's just staying out there for as long as possible. Zero Tolerance all the way up in the top of the safety area. They have all of their players to use. BBC is exactly the same position. They have got all of their players to use here. It's a 4v4. Of course, Kage is just going to sit there to either be taken and picked up now, or maybe just throw a bit of a span in the works to try and pick up a few extra kills and change up the slot. So top 3 teams, Aphelion Apex, BBC, and Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, and this is where we look to see the proactivity now coming through from both Zero Tolerance and BBC as they're taking quite a bit of a spread, but Zero Tolerance is looking to push a little bit further down the hillside there. Ooh, as Vibes is coming in behind Kage. Cold on the opposing side. BBC now focusing their attention right in towards Zero Tolerance. And Cold, he's just chilled out in the blue zone. You can see all the chaos, happening up ahead. And he's just focusing on trying to get that heal strat. But unfortunately, bandages will not be enough to beat the blue. And now we turn to Zero Tolerance and BBC ready to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. But what a step up this has been. I mean, Zero Tolerance already establishing quite a good amount of points as they are able to secure themselves up in towards that top 5. And BBC now looking to make that strong comeback. But is it going to be enough for BBC to move even further up that second page? Of course, starting off the match, they were all the way in 15th place. But how much further will they get? Are they going to be able to take home this winner chicken dinner? Well, I think that would be a yes, Battery.
Yeah, BBC, I mean, those nades at the end, they were just enough to secure the victory. No problem for them whatsoever. They were just picking it up. Easy peasy finish for them. BBC, very well done in picking up a considerable number of kills. And and that placement points, of course, for that chicken dinner. So really well done from them. Zero Tolerance, of course, picking up that second place. Also very nice. But I'm not too sure if the performance coming out of G3 was enough in this game. This in the beginning of this match, you were talking about how you couldn't really see whether it was going to be enough or not because you didn't have your future goggles on. So you know what? I decided to break into my vault today and go searching for my own future goggles to see if I could see any answers potentially for whether G3 has actually gotten enough points or not, or whether they're going to be able to continue to perform. So I've put my future goggles on and I'm having a look to see if G3 is going to be able to put the points on the board that are necessary. And you know what? I'm just scrutinizing the future here with these future goggles of mine to see if that performance is enough. And honestly, it's not looking good.
I mean, I feel like it's very unfair if you've got future goggles and you're not sharing with the rest of us, but it's fine. I will let it slide for now as we look at it. Okay, where did you get them?
It's a secret.
No, but that's
Why
the
do we
version.
not
That's
have?
version 3, right? So I've got the version 2. So I get what Patchy's saying.
Yes. Okay. Well, moving on as we look at it. Zero Tolerance now in a second map in a row, making it to second place. So picking up some consistency there. DK, from your side, how are you feeling about their performance today? I mean, obviously they haven't picked up necessarily the first spot. They picked up the winner chick dinner, but they weren't quite in that first number 1 spot.
Consistency,
Consistency
is key. That's what it is. I mean, so far getting 12 placement points for the first match, 12 placement points for the second match. That's already 24 points just for getting there. That is completely disregarding the kills that they've been able to bring in, right? First match 11, second match 4 kills. So that also is 15 additional points alongside the placement points they've been able to have. And yeah, that is how you make a good push up the leaderboard, is by, well, I mean, they are sitting pretty high up already, right? So don't get me wrong, but it's from being consistent as they are. That is what's enabling them to hold on to those high positions. So regardless of what's happening in the rest of the lobby, they know that they are secure and they've got the required points.
Exactly what I was alluding to. Zero Tolerance showing us some beautiful consistency, and BBC picking up a 28-point game with the winner and chicken dinner, and of course those 13 kills. Zero Tolerance there in second place with 16. G3 Temp, of course, sitting in third place with 14 points. So as Patchy, mentioned, it's great to see them, picking up some points on the leaderboard, but as we saw, those cheeky little standings we saw, they got knocked down pretty far due to, some teams just picking up massive points. So I also wonder if it's going to be enough, but they have plenty of opportunities. Not only do they still have another map for today, but they still have a whole nother day this weekend to put up some points and to see if they can get themselves out of relegation and into the next phase. As we look at it, of course, that is map number 2 of 3 done and dusted. What is interesting, though, I don't think you guys would have expected this, but Mars Team Unique, picking up 7 kills and 1,110 damage for your MVP. I think the team and themselves actually came round about 7th or 8th, so I wasn't expecting the MVP to come from this side of the Battle Royale map, but it absolutely did. So massive, massive congratulations to Sorry for putting in the work for their team. And as I mentioned, map 2 done and dusted. Only one more map, and that is, of course, Miramar left for today. And I don't know if we're going to be seeing any surprises. We'll have to wait until after the break to see if there are any other teams that just feel like surprising us, maybe breaking, Patchy's future goggles. I would welcome it. Do it, please. Thanks. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Go get some popcorn. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League. This is Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, and we have just finished the second map of the day. Onto the last, unfortunately, the last map of the day, but it's going to be Miramar, so you know that there's going to be some beautiful, beautiful action. First off, let's just remind you about what happened in the previous map. Of course, Sanhok, turning out to be unexpected because BBC decided this time they were going to be the only team taking up double-digit points. DK, would you mind taking us through this?
Well, yeah, BBC, the only team bringing in the double-digit points, but Team Unique also coming in with a really strong play. They're finishing up on 9 kills, and G3 also making a comeback, looking to improve their fate after having a little bit of a rocky start onto that first match, finishing strong here with 14 points, 8 kills alongside that. But as you've pointed out, is this going to be enough to see G3 being able to secure themselves a position in that top 60? Now, Patchy's been talking about this before, where it's kind of the norm in South Africa for teams to hold back on their strategies. But what I'd like to see is like a strategy coming in for the different phases, so that way you don't have to hold back on anything and you can still play a game very similar to what we kind of know these teams to be, right? That is ideally in a perfect world, I think, what we'd be liking to see the teams bring through. And now as we move into that last page, you can see it was a tough match for C Esports and the players there from Rainbow Six Madagascar. But of course, looking at where we have these teams positioned on the overall leaderboard, it is only a little bit of a tough spot for C Esports. And Rainbow Six, they've already, find quite a few, but the gap, the opening there is definitely starting to close, as all the teams still have not only this match, but the 2 remaining days of gameplay ahead of them to still come in, bring in extra few points. And I can tell you, especially from round about 7 Sins Arts of Killing up that leaderboard, it is still going to be a very hairy fight to see who's going to be the teams to move through.
Exactly that. And I mean, even if you do well today, maybe tomorrow there's another team that does even better than you are, where you're not playing, so you can't do anything about it until the day thereafter. Then that just adds that pressure, and then you come back. If you're not mentally capable of doing it, if you're not pulling out all the stops this weekend, then unfortunately we won't be seeing you in the next phase. So I agree with you. Pull out all the stops. Make sure that you are showing your best possible self as a team, as a player. Everything, leave it on the battleground, and hopefully that is enough to secure yourself a spot in the finals. Patchy, from your side, who's been impressing you today?
That's kind of a difficult question to ask, because I think we started today off with such an impressive game. You have to say, look, I mean, 7AOK coming away with such a nice performance in the beginning is really, really cool to see. And then I also have to, I mean, we just saw BBC take a dub, and I mean, when BBC's out here taking a dub, I'm going to be, pretty happy about that. So, I mean, it's been a pretty good day so far for me, at least, watching some really good stuff happening. But remember what I said, with my future goggles, I saw some hairy situations coming up. I said it wasn't looking too good, and that's because we've got really tough fights that are about to happen. Basically, what we've really got on our hands, if you were paying attention to the slides during the break, is that we've got a G3, well, actually, it's an Aphelion Apex G3 C Esports Sidemen 7 AOK Natural Killers Young Thunder fight, right? And the reason it's like that is because those are literally the teams in order stacked up along that line, on that relegation line. And we've got teams at the top and teams at the bottom, and those are the teams that I've just read out that are clashing. And that is a really, really, really tough spot to be in, because G3, we know they are monsters when they want to be, and you do not want to be fighting a monster that is G3 when they are going all out on you. But the same can then be said for 7AOK performing like they were in the beginning of the season, because the 7AOK from the beginning of the season was absolutely slamming a lot of teams, right? And when you're a team like Sidemen, Natural Killers, you're kind of worrying. You're like, damn, can we make this happen? Can we do it? There's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of tough fights that are coming up. So things are definitely about to get more difficult than they're going to become more difficult first, and then they'll become easier later on.
I'm gonna keep you to that because you used the future goggles. So if it doesn't happen,
no, it's gonna happen.
If it doesn't happen, then you have to donate those future goggles to DK, because he clearly needs them, right?
I might need to replace the batteries.
Yeah.
Future goggles don't come with batteries. What is this nonsense?
Of
Future
course they
goggles that
do.
you're talking
AAA,
about?
everyone
Version
knows.
3. Version 3 does. Version 2 is USB.
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't have to make sense. That's just how they
It's
work.
just the future. It doesn't make sense.
But if it's the version after, they should be better than the ones before, no?
Hey, batteries are better than USB. We all know that batteries are the best. In fact, if we could use batteries for everything, in fact, you know what? Batteries are not even the golden standard. If we had a box with a crank handle on the side, and we would just have to do that every time we wanted it to turn on, that's the golden standard right there.
Why are you guys like this? So, yeah, look, chat, if you disagree, if you're in chat, you can tell us. Do you think batteries or crank handle are better? Let us know.
Or USB.
Or USB. Yeah,
Mm.
or I don't know, maybe.
We all know it's the crank handle.
How is it the crank handle? Okay, but anyway, moving on. One more map today for the first sets of the games this weekend. So, one more opportunity for today's set of groups to clash, and then they have to come back for the rest of the weekend. Vital that they put as many points on the leaderboard this weekend as possible. As we've mentioned time and time again, this is their last weekend, their last opportunity to get themselves into the finals, to get themselves into a position where they can play for that prize pool. There's $15,000 up for grabs for the PUBG Mobile segment. So, of course, they need to make sure they need to do their absolute best, that they put all the points on the board, and that they absolutely just entertain us, because that's why we're all here, right? Well, at least that's why I'm here. Anyway, I'm going to give it over to our wonderful casters. It's DK, it's Patchy, to take you through the action on Miramar. Guys, take it away.
Let us go. It is map number 3. We are on Miramar. We've got a very nice flight path. Everything's looking chipper for these lads right here. These teams have got it all handed to them on a silver platter. The question is, are they going to be putting the points on the board? I don't know, because, you know, the future goggles don't tell me everything, right? You know, we see hazy glimpses. You know, those lenses are so tinted. You know, you can't see everything. So we all know that there's going to be some difficult fights ahead, but can these teams pull through? Right now, the teams that are in the most dangerous positions are 7AOK, Natural Killers, and Young Thunder. Now, G3, with some decent points on the board, they have been able to move themselves up a little bit, but they're not out of danger just yet. So, I mean, anything could still happen here, DK.
Yeah, definitely anything can still happen, and I'm curious to see what these results will bring in alongside them, as the teams that you've pointed out are teams we all see in this game, and this is where they now need to step up and perform like they haven't performed just yet. But what I'm liking about the start of this match is we've got a very decent flight path, a very comfortable zone also positioned over on towards that northwestern side, so it's not going to be too crazy for the teams to really try and secure a decent position within there, because we have a lot of teams already within that zone. But we might have a little bit of a fight breaking out over on towards that eastern side, as we can see BBC and you know, the players there from Esports now moving a little bit closer towards El Paso. G3, of course, dropping down in towards San Martin, which is their kind of home slice, the spot we normally see them go for. And they are very proficient to be fighting from that angle and defending it and moving forward, rotating further in towards the zone should the need arise. But this is going to be a very interesting match. As you've rightly pointed out, there's a few teams in need of those points, looking to bring a bit of a change to those standings. And then we've got a few of the other teams that are sitting in a position where they are actually able to control who they allow to move into those top slots.
Yeah, it is definitely that. I mean, that is definitely the case at this point. You know, it really is about the strong arming. You know, do we see those teams at the top force situations? How do they react? How do they play? And that changes the landscape. And right now, there is plenty of landscape to be shifted and changed here. And with Miramar, we have extra landscape to use. And oh, I guess we just have to wait and see what happens, what transpires here on our final map of the day for our week 7 day 1 games here in the Umzansi Esports League round number 2. We have our teams getting themselves ready for the rest of this game. And with the performances that we have seen from the likes of 7AOK, even G3, BBC, in fact, C Esports that you've got on the screen right now, they've been doing pretty well today as well. Who do you think has a good chance of taking a victory here? And do you think it's going to be one of the teams that we are sort of focusing on in terms of that relegation zone?
Ideally, I would like to say yes, and I'm going to go ahead and say yes, right? Because G3, we know they've got the capability. CE Sports also have the capability. The same can be said for the players there from Sidemen, as well as the players from Seven Sins Arts of Killing. It is, however, going to be a little bit harder for the Natural Killers and Young Thunder to bring in enough of a performance to get a considerable leap, a considerable jump coming in towards those standings. But who knows? Maybe they are able to really utilize their angles, really able to just rotate up in a more efficient way, finding themselves in a strong position. Already, we can see the players from Natural Killers taking that position up in towards Val del Mar, just below the Nodwin logo we have on that bottom left-hand side of the screen. So they're hiding there, but they're there for a reason, right? That is a fairly decent drop location to be in, and it is going to be fairly easy passage for them back up in towards zone. They are, however, they are going to be coming in behind the players there from Rain from Hell, so we need to see the caution as they look to push even further forward. And then, of course, we look over towards Young Thunder. We also see a little bit of a spread positioning coming in from them. So I can't say too much about these angles just yet, but if the players there from Natural Killers are looking to get a much more improved performance in this game, we're going to have to see a little bit more caution, a little bit more calculation coming through with those rotations.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree with that. I think that's definitely been a shortcoming there for them, for that team. Natural Killers do need to do a little bit more work in terms of that rotational capability. They're a little bit more cautious in terms of walking into bad situations, because they're definitely a team that can handle a fight when it's presented to them. But if the factors are not right, they sometimes slip and aren't really able to get a grip of the situation. Let's have a look and see if they can make it happen. We've got a couple of teams that are looking for some more points. They're trying to scrounge as many of them together as possible to get out of that dreaded relegation zone. And the way to do it is, of course, every single game, you just need to get as many points as possible, get as many kills, get as many placements as you can, and try everything necessary to make it happen. You know, whether it's out heal the blue zone, whether it's take the longest rotations possible around the map, whether it's sneak your way to victory, you gotta get it done. Right now, Zero Tolerance rotating around with Fear, actually from the northeast. They're all taking the road in towards safety at the moment as that blue zone slowly starts creeping in. Most of the teams moving in are already safe inside that zone at the moment, so they're okay for the time being. They're just getting themselves looted, equipped, and ready to go for the inevitable fights that will be happening. And of course, we know Miramar, it is all about those long-range engagements. So if you got a Mini 14 in hand, by the time the mid-game rolls around, you are just going to be tearing through the HP bars of your enemies and picking up lots of points for your team.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing you need to be a little bit proactive here. I mean, we've got still so many teams in here, 15 teams, 59 players still alive. Swag's now just riding that blue storm. It is still an acceptable position to be in. It is still early game, but ideally we need to see the teams looking to assert a certain amount of dominance if they want to get those changes up onto the leaderboard. And now we've got Zero Tolerance and Fear, as well as Aphelion and Apex, all rotating up alongside that northeastern edge. Essentially, we could see Zero Tolerance venturing as far as to go in towards Oasis, and which is a position we not really see a lot of teams occupying all too often. Fortunately, it is not currently within the zone, but Outcast. Okay, so he's actually driving. We just have a bit of a glitch happening. Oh, he's stuck with the vehicle. Is that what happening?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that was about. Maybe he was trying to do like a Michael Jackson reverse drive where you're driving forward, but you're actually going backwards and then staying in the same place at the same time. Yeah, maybe
Could
that's what
be.
he's going for. Who knows?
Oh, but I mean, looking at the positions we've got in zone G3, coming in with a good rotation. They started over in San Martin. They've just moved the slight tad bit over towards that eastern side. So again, not taking any risky rotations for the time being, and that could pay off in their favor. It could really work for them. But for the meantime, we are going to be seeing the players here from Fear and Aphelion Apex fighting it out on the edge of the blue zone, with King being left alone, abandoned. The rest of his team now could be looking to rotate up with a bit of a saving grace there. Outcast and Hulk, as you can see now, just advancing from that southwestern side. But the next phase is about to pop, and these teams should potentially look at securing a decent position within the zone instead of trying to fight it out in the blue.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting situation because, I mean, when it comes to Aphelion Apex, they should win this fight against Fear. If they don't, it's going to be a huge problem because Fear, at the moment, they're sitting all the way towards the bottom of the log. I think they might be like second last, if not last. And, that is definitely not a team you want to be tussling with in the blue zone at this point in the game, like when it's so early on and you need points. Definitely, you don't want to be taking the risk of getting taken out by Fear. So, unless you're confident that you can get that win, which, as I mentioned, Aphelion Apex should be able to do, then you need to get yourself out of that situation very, very quickly. Because if this pays off for Fear, I mean, King taking the pot shots already towards Aphelion Apex as they make their rotation away, and those HPs are just going down bit by bit. These are dangerous fights to be taking. And like I said, you don't want to prolong this fight at all. You want to get out of there as soon as possible and take a more even and a little bit better manageable fight, especially against a team like Fear, who you definitely don't want to lose to, as Aphelion Apex, who really need the points to keep themselves ahead of the curve right now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I appreciate the hustle. I understand what they're doing. Right, they're looking to find a few more points to secure themselves that position within the top 16, as they are currently positioned up in 13th place and only a few points ahead of those teams looking to chase up from behind. But ideally, you can get way more points by playing the zone instead of fighting out in the blue zone, where, as you pointed out rightly so, if Fear move in and they are able to find that wipe on towards the feed and Apex, that is not the way you want to get these points.
Yeah, it is going to be a horrible loss if Aphelion Apex loses this fight. And right now, it's a little bit more back and forth than they would like. Fear has taken some damage, but so has Cold. And Aphelion Apex, getting that one knock is a huge problem because now they've got to retrace their steps. They've got to go in for the res. Look at this. I mean, they have to expose themselves, toss all the nades. This is a lot of unnecessary util that's getting used in this situation. Unnecessary exposure, unnecessary risks that are getting taken. And I mean, these two players might just get third party if they're not careful, because there are some players moving around, Outcast looking for some shots. And I mean, this is just so much pressure for the beginning of the game. And I mean, you already know that I'm about that early aggression life, but this is not a situation that I'm about, I must say. This is definitely a difficult one to take, and Outcast has been doing so much damage, takes down one player. Luckily, the shots coming through from the back, and Phil and Apex managed to keep themselves in the fight. But I mean, look at this. Like I mentioned, this is not a fight that you want to get found in. This is not a fight that Aphelion Apex want to take, but they are getting forced into this in Fear. They're happy. They're like, this is exactly what we wanted. We've now cornered two of these players. We're going to pick up 2 free kills. We don't even care if it's a risky fight. We take that risk. We risk it for the biscuit. We've got nothing to lose. And it has paid off for them right now. So the res is at least coming through for Aphelion Apex, but this is not looking easy at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is a absolutely amazing opportunity for Fear, because as you pointed out, they are currently sitting up in 23rd place, and any additional points they can find would greatly benefit them. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic stuff for them. However, this is definitely not a commended kind of approach for teams sitting in the position in which Aphelion Apex find themselves, because not only are they providing the opportunity now for Fear to make an advance up the leaderboard, they are also throwing a bit of a spanner in the works for their own push and their own security in that top 16. And I mean, this rush is not going to be the end of Aphelion, but they've already lost a considerable amount of their players. So now that really changes up the dynamics and how they are then able to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly that. We were waiting to see which teams were going to be really coming ahead in the race between Aphelion Apex, G3, C Esports, Sidemen, and 7AOK and Natural Killers. And I mean, that fumble right there is going to cost them a lot of versatility in this game. Losing 2 players in this fight that just happened here in the blue zone is not going to make things easy. They've got limited availability of players. They've got limited maneuverability. They're going to have to sneak this one out to try and get to the end. It's just bad news all around, and it's really not a great way to start off the match. So they're going to be reeling a little bit, not satisfied with that one at all. Unfortunately, Aphelion Apex will just be sitting back and having to go over exactly what went wrong there. The decision to split up and stick around in that blue zone, definitely questionable decisions, but certainly not the end of the road here. We still have some games left in the few days remaining of this week's game. So, it's not the end of the road, but certainly a mistake that is going to cost them quite a bit. On the other side, we've got 7AOK, who've been on the up and up so far today, looking to continue to put some more points on the board for themselves. Here, you've got Sorry looking for some long-range engagements, as one does here on Miramar, and to snipe out a couple of those players on the top of the hill. So it is really going to be a Unique versus 7AOK battle here. 7AOK have got a nice vantage point, and Unique, they're gonna hold up in their compound for the time being and hope that it is enough to keep them from that long range engagement fire.
Yeah, but what I'm really liking from the approach coming in here from Seven Sins is you can see that they've really taken the time to come up with a good approach, a good strategy to utilize. And I mean, so far, this is working out absolutely amazingly for them. They're looking pretty confident as they make their way through the game, looking confident as they, move into these engagements. So yeah, if this is going to be an absolute banger of a day for them, I would definitely not be surprised. But they are going to be, for the time being, finding themselves right here alongside Lag Esports, with the players there from Team Unique just holding down the hill. But they can comfortably focus on this engagement up ahead, as it is going to be a 3v4 situation. They've been showing some good possibilities, some good ways of just handling themselves. Sorry, it's actually a 3v3 situation. And this could actually work in favor of Seven Sins.
It could. Certainly could. Lag definitely going to be a tough team to take down, but not impossible. They're going to turn their attention over towards Unique, rotating on the back side, trying to get through into safety, and they're just going to get thirsted immediately. One with those shots right on through, get the thirsts done and dusted. It looks like 7AOK will move ahead. Certainly a good decision in this particular situation. They are not going to make the same mistake Aphelion Apex did and get themselves caught out in the blue. They're going to rotate up into safety, and it will pay off for them. Mozilla is going to find some shots in towards Hainsley. Hainsley getting taken down again very early on in the fight for the team here. See now Insiders rolling up there towards the Natural Killers as well. We've got quite a considerable amount of pressure on the western side of that safe zone. It's going to look like Young Thunder putting the shots into a couple of players in the east as well. So they are going to be prevailing on that side of the map. Young Thunder happy with that particular performance. They are also one of the teams that we have been taking a look at to see if they can move themselves up. So every point helps, certainly. These teams are slowly moving into safety. 7AOK taking up pole position right and towards the middle of that map might just be the key to unlocking a few more points here in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, speaking about keys, we can see the players there from Seven Sins in a very strong position, close to center zone, but looking at the terrain, they've got a beautiful amount of high cover advantage to utilize. So much information they can gather from that point. If we look over towards the western side, BVC find themselves right on the edge of the road, and that is not particularly a position you want to be in, because as you can see, Zero Tolerance are able to rotate in behind them, but there's also going to be quite a bit of threat coming in, as not only the players here from Rila Insider come pushing up, looking to get a little bit aggressive, but we're going to be seeing a lot of pressure getting sent across from that eastern side.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly rising and mounting wherever you look in the safe zone at the moment. We're 4 zones deep, about to close in towards number 5. things are certainly closing up bit by bit. Sella with that Mini 14 in hand is looking for some of those shots, long-range engagements across to any of the teams that he can spot out. Osiris still quick on the draw. It looks like the Natural Killers a little bit more in their element here at the top of the zone here on Miramar. So maybe we'll be able to pull out a few stops for themselves and just hit those points and get themselves moving. In any case, we will wait and see what the results are going to be. Roshi looking for some hits in towards that hut and is trying to find some right across to that team on the other side, which looks like Zero Tolerance on the other side there. BBC getting hammered by a nice nade from the Rila insiders here. We've got Natural Killers now pushing up in towards Influence. Zero Tolerance on the other side of that hill. So this is a little bit of a sandwich situation here for INF.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm really appreciating this play coming in from the Natural Killers. They've taken quite a decent spread here, but they're also looking to make a stand. They want to get those points on board, and definitely having the players here from Zero Tolerance on the opposite end of that valley is a good spot, because Zero Tolerance is able to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, looking to clear the pathway up in towards zone. So Natural Killers can now afford to, you know, cautiously make their way towards zone, but they don't have as many opposing players and teams situated in front of them as they would have had, you know, should Zero Tolerance not have been there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely creating a whole new dynamic of this situation here, making things difficult. Osiris still up here on that game. He has been very quick on the draw to make sure that he's putting some points in here for Natural Killers, but they're going to need some more. One kill is not enough to get them out of the hole they currently find themselves in. That is, of course, called our dreaded zone of relegation. We'll see if they can get out there. Roshi trying to put those shots across. BBC coming in to make things that much more difficult, and difficult is exactly what Skidu finds himself in. It's a difficult situation. Zero Tolerance coming in on the backside to try and reinforce him, but this is not a situation that's going to work out well if BBC find him out there, even going for the kill. Kratos, he's just chasing down prey. He's just chasing them down and going straight for the throat. BBC are quick on that accelerator. In they pop and off they go, ready to take the fight. They're keen, they're ready, and waiting to just pounce and strike at their opponents. And in they go right across the line into safety. Lord going to look to put a couple of shots in towards the rotating players, trying to get into safety there from Zero Tolerances. It's just a back and forth between these two guys as they try and inch closer into that safe zone. Skido going to take a lot of damage, but he does manage to get to safety, as BBC did abandon the fight on that other side in favor of getting into the safety of the zone. And that's just going to make things more difficult for the teams that are going to get squished up inside this particular compound with them. We've got Nika holed up inside the house, Zero Tolerance squished up on the other side of the compound, and BBC here right in front of us. We'll see which of these three teams is going to be able to maintain control of this position.
Oh, I mean, just looking at the current spread that we have, it is going to be still a lot of work for these teams. We've got a nice bit of congestion, a nice concentration of teams up in towards the north, but this is where we see the Natural Killers now pushing up onto the high ground, looking to utilize the terrain as best they can and taking the advantage on towards the 7 Sins. But up comes a nice third-party push now from the side there of the players of C Esports. But Hiroshi, of course, still continuing on with these efforts, trying to get those knocks up in towards BBC. And I mean, depending on where this next phase is going to be going, this could be a good position for the Natural Killers to be in. But now they're going to have to now try and find their way over towards that eastern side, as the zone does take a bit of a shift, but it moves up now in favor of the players there from G3 and Young Thunder, who we see on that opposing side. Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what is going on here. Right now, it's looking like a difficult spot to be in. Vibes hitting the deck there. Lots of kills going in. That kill feed, AOK, taking a few hits of their own. You can see the players right up ahead. They're stacking together closer and closer as we're in zone number 6 now. And space is certainly running out for these teams. BBC have already taken a casualty. They're still in the fight. They've got to get moving, though, because that zone is closing up. G3 are spread out. We've got Gunner and Flaker on completely opposing sides here. Kavira and Mista grouping up to try and get together here. 7 AOK try to get into the damage being done there. Gunner does get taken down by C Esports, who have taken up position on top of these hills. It's a bit of a rock climb competition for a lot of these players as they scramble in towards safety, but only one team can take the chicken dinner at the end of the day. And the question is, who is it going to be? Who's going to trip and fall over these giant mountains in the way of that victory? Sela getting taken down as the natural killers do stumble. Juicy does find a couple of shots for himself, but C Esports does find a few in return. It is an absolute crazy time for all of these teams as they scramble to get into safety.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier from this point forward. As we can see, Superior now just looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure as he gets the shots up in towards Caveira. And now we are down to our remaining 6 teams left to find a good position on this hilltop. We can already see from the south, we do have a few advancements coming in as the players there from Rain for Hell are looking to set themselves up beautifully in the zone. But it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. We've got the high ground being in play in a majority of the zone. So I'm not quite sure whether or not the zone is going to be staying in favor of Rain from Hell, or if it could potentially be moving further up the hillside towards potentially maybe the natural killers play. But Young Thunder also still in the mix. Superior, not out of it just yet. Trying to put a bit of a halt to those plays coming through from Rain from Hell. We also have Skydo there from Skeeto coming in from Zero Tolerance, who's rotating up right alongside them. So Rain from Hell, they don't have the easiest rotation into zone, but definitely quite a bit of terrain to utilize here to inch their way forward. With that, we'll see the players from C Esports now getting sent away, and the Natural Killers holding on with their last 2 remaining hopefuls, still positioned on the high ground. But this is where Juicy and Osiris needs to try and inch their way a little bit closer. But it's going to be so tough because the moment they drop down, they'll get spotted, they'll get shot at. So they need to try and find that opening, find that opportunity to get ever closer to the zone itself.
Yeah, these last 2 zone rotates have just been absolutely insanely difficult to try and navigate. Yeah, Natural Kills find themselves on top of the hill and have to slowly creep closer and closer and try and one by one eliminate the players ahead of them. And that's going to be difficult. Rain from Hell have got so many players alive. They've really just got control of the foot of this mountain, and they've got control of the zone. Skidu, not really much he can do. He has to try and push forward, but he's just going to expose himself as soon as that happens. G3, Flako, he is also in a bit of a tough spot, because if he moves forward, there's Rain from Hell. If anyone moves forward, really, there's Rain from Hell with all of their players. Skidu are going to get taken straight out with a slam dunk nade right on his head. And, well, we've got our 4 teams remaining. Now, Snake Eyes jumping down the mountain bit by bit. He's trying to sneak his way around. But right now, it's not going to be the easiest job. Superior and Snake Eyes have to find a way in. But, yeah, it's with 2 players up against 4, it's not going to be easy. Juicy, the last player left for Natural Killers as his teammate gets eliminated. Now, Snake Eyes pushing through the crevices and the cracks of these rocks, trying to find a leg up and maybe a surprise attack location. But, I mean, as I said, this is just not the position you want to be in. Flaco now behind the rocks. He's just waiting for a time, as much time as possible to try and get into that second place. I think that's really the goal when you're a team with only 1 player in the final zone. You kind of just want to make it as many placement points up as possible. So he's just waiting for the rest of the teams to fight it out. Superior and Snake Eyes probably doing a similar thing. But at some point, something's going to have to give. It looks like Juicy not going to be able to push over the side of that hill. He's just going to go for the out-healing strat instead. So he's going to try and blue zone heal. We'll see how long he can last in that particular position. But Rain from Hell, they've got control, they've got dominance, they've got the numbers. And right now, I don't think they're really in a position where they can physically lose unless everything goes horribly wrong for them.
Yeah, this is definitely the position Rain from Hell wants to be in. And with that, Juicy does get obliterated by the blue zone. Superior does get picked up. Snake Eyes, now the last hopeful for Young Thunder. But Flacco also being able to just inch his way forward. And we could still see a surprising play coming in there from Flacco if he is able to utilize that position he's got. But Rain from Hell, they've come in with a pretty good approach, bringing in quite a bit of coverage, trying to play all these angles, and with that, they strike down, taking the chicken dinner for themselves, and doing so with at least a comfortable 8 kills on board.
Yeah, certainly not too shabby at all. Rain from Hell, actually, we haven't really been talking about them all that much. They are in the relegation zone at the moment. So these points will at least be useful in moving them up. I'm not sure if it's enough to break out of that threshold just yet, but certainly it's a considerable number nonetheless. That chicken dinner plus the 8 kills is going to give them a good number to work with. Young Thunder, of course, taking that second place, has a very similar position. They've got a decent number of points to move themselves up that leaderboard just a little bit. And G3 also securing a top 3 finish at least is going to give them something. But I guess the true test will be over time. You know, we still got some games tomorrow and Sunday, so there's plenty of stuff to come. As for the matches today, we saw some fantastic performances from 7AOK and BBC in games 1 and 2. A really crazy finish there in game 3. I have to say that was very, very tough. And quite unfortunate for a lot of those teams that were looking to maybe get some more points on the board. I mean, now they have to fight a mountain alongside everyone else. A little bit difficult, but hey, that's the game.
That's also Miramar in general. I feel like the zones in Miramar are always just so special, so special. At least water wasn't involved for my sake, because I could not have done that again. But as we look at it, Rain from Hell coming out of seemingly nowhere to pick up the winner chicken dinner and doing pretty well to hold down the reins really of that final zone, making sure everything was as much as possible within their control, holding the numbers, of course, towards the end, and really just playing a very clean game, which is what we love to see. Whether or not that's going to be enough to push them up further into, you know, pure safety, I'm not sure. The rest of the weekend we'll have to tell, as we still have plenty of games to come, and there's still plenty of opportunities for everyone, not just Rain from Hell, but everyone to, you know, take a few slots away from someone else, or maybe get kicked into relegation. Who knows? One way or the other, we'll have to wait and see. As we look at it though, DK, from your side, today was a little bit eventful. We had a few teams obviously picking up some massive numbers. I don't know if some teams just decided to wake up this weekend, or what is it? From your side, what do you think it is? Do you think it is just that last weekend, you know, it's all or nothing, basically?
Yes, right. So a few of the teams have realized that, you know, if they postpone the performance any longer, they will not be advancing into the finals, right? So they could then just kind of, you know, wipe that one away. But we see a really strong push coming in from the players here from Rain from Hell. And ideally, this is what we want to have. We want to have teams that we haven't really been looking at step up, come in with these surprise performances, bring in a 23-point a game, but not only one game, they need to try and do that on a consistent basis. And Zero Tolerance, we were talking about their consistency. Yes, they were taking second places in both the previous matches. So now coming in with the fifth, that is still a good position for them to be, right? That is still decent amount of points they're able to bring in. And even though it's not double digits, it's kind of okay, because they've already made up for that in the previous 2 matches.
Yeah, they've kept that consistency throughout the rest of the week. So they've been slowly but surely packing up that foundation. They've been slowly but surely building themselves up on that leaderboard to a point where they're not really stressing so much this weekend. The rest of the teams, however, are. But to have a team like Zero Tolerance still just going full throttle for anything and everything does make it a lot more challenging if you're a team that has been struggling up until this point to pick up your points and whatnot. To still have, you know, the heavy hitters still hitting as heavy as they did in the beginning, it makes it that much more competitive. So I'm glad to see Zero Tolerance is not slowing down by any means necessary. They are still going for anything and everything that they can grab. And for a few of the other teams, they have picked up a few kills here and there. Of course, the MVP has to go to Jin from Rain from Hell, picking up those 5 kills and 465 damage with a total survival time of 25 minutes and 31 seconds. Now, of course, we're getting that overall standings ready, and this is the question. How much has it changed from one day of games? Patchy, if you would, please take us through it.
All right, so I'm going to preface this by saying, oh, wow, that's crazy. And then stop you right there. It's not as crazy as you think it is. All right, so let's go into these standings real quick. So, of course, you can see the top of Zero Tolerance having taken that pole position very, very close to 4KT. And the Infinity AF still down just beneath them. Influence Rage up there in 4th. Now we move down. BBC have managed to make their way all the way up into 6th position, which is really cool to see. It's really great to see that team on the first page there. Rila Insiders as well putting in the work in a big way. And you can see G3 Temper having finally moved themselves out of that relegation into 8th position. Now here's where the hold up, don't get ahead of yourself, comes in. that I started with, because you're looking at G3 and Rila, and you're saying, oh look, they're in position 8, they're in the top page, everything's great, but it's actually way closer than you think. G3 have 109 points. Look where Aatrox is, 109 points. Look where Magicians is, 108 points. Team Unique, 107, 103, 103, 102. It is way, way, way closer than it looks, right? 8th position looks great. First page, poll, oh, that looks great. But it's way closer than that. Any of these teams could still make it, and that is actually crazy to think about, because all of these teams, they can put the points on. So it is still a neck and neck race right now. I want to make that like super clear. These teams are still in a head-to-head competition across this entire leaderboard. It is not cut and dry like we've had it in some seasons in the past. It is not just super clear like, oh, these are the absolute top right here. The first page are completely safe. Everyone's good. No, these teams are still in the tumultuous field right now. This could go any way depending on which teams decide to step up and put the points on the board over the next couple of days. So there is nothing set in stone. I think the most set in stone things are probably the top and the bottom of the leaderboards right now. Of course, the top being very much safe, and the bottom here being a very difficult spot to break out of. I have to reiterate my sadness for seeing Solo Esports down here. They were a team that were just absolutely phenomenal in round number 1 and just dropped off in such a huge way here in round number 2. And it's really unfortunate to see them down here. And I'm hoping that when we see them again, maybe they'll maybe do a little bit more challenging stuff, move up that leaderboard a little bit, and start to kick the other teams around and make this even more competitive. I think it is safe to say that round number 2 has been the most competitive round that we have seen maybe in any of the seasons so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, yes, I said it earlier. The most competitive season of PUBG Mobile that Umzansi Esports has ever seen. It is season 4, and everyone has improved absolutely thoroughly up until this point in time. So, as you mentioned in the past, Patchy, we've had very cut and dry leaderboards. We've had a very top-heavy leaderboard as well. We knew, we know at least the top 8. We know at least even the top 10, top 12 teams that are for sure going through to the finals. Now, as you mentioned, we don't know. It can completely change in the next 2 days, and we might have a completely different top 16 teams going through to your finals. Of course, to reiterate, our kill leaders as they currently stand. Look who has made an appearance in our kill leaders. It is none other than Mafilis with 22 kills, making that 4th kill leader spot there. Woo! I mean, that's been in the works for a while now.
Yep.
But DK, he definitely put in the work today.
Yep, that is definitely a good show performance coming through there from Manfilas and the rest of the team coming in from Sevenson's Arts of Killing. But I just wanna emphasize what Patchy was talking about, saying how close it is, right? To give you an idea, 8th to 17th place, right? That is quite a span of positions. There's only a 15-point difference between the team sitting in 8th place and the team sitting in 17th place. So if you want to talk about pressure, you want to talk about competitiveness, this weekend, yes, I believe this is the most competitive Umzansi has been to date. So I hope everyone's strapped in. I've got my seatbelt on. Yeah, I'm ready to see what these teams are going to bring.
Absolutely. And as we've mentioned, there's still 2 more days in this weekend. There's still 2 more days of opportunities for all of these teams to get themselves those points, get themselves within that leaderboard into the top 16 to move on to the finals. $15,000 up for grabs for the PUBG Mobile segment and $2,500 up for grab for the FIFA 22 segment. So absolutely crazy numbers, not only on the board, but potentially in someone's pockets when they finish it off. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Absolute shout out to our producers, observers, our production team, our casters, of course, for bringing the entertainment tonight. We will see you again tomorrow, same time, same place. And of course, if you want any more information, go check out the Nodwin Gaming Africa website at nodwingaming.africa. It's pretty simple to find it. And we hope to see you here tomorrow, same place, same time. Just come join us. It's a fun time. It's always a fun time with Nodwin Gaming Africa. Till then, we'll see you.